So, Hare Krishna. So I'll just recite the invocation, and then we will take turns to read the English translation from chapter 1. That just makes a little easier. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadhamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavam Cha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padhan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Krupa Sindubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So Hare Krishna. Now I'll request devotees, as it is virtual, it is going to be a little tricky, but we will try and give a chance to everyone who wants to read the texts. So what I'll do is I'll pick and I'll make a note here. I've got a pen and paper. And then at the end of the chapter, I'll be asking who hasn't got a chance, and we will try and justify and make sure everyone gets a chance to read these texts. So, may I kindly request Rajendra Lal Prabhu to begin the first chapter and can read first 23 texts, please.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Dandavat Pranam.
Hare Krishna. So we're all watching here as an audience, so I'll have to sit in front of the PC?
Yeah, whichever. So I'm sharing my screen. I know that it's not going to be ideal, but if you want to read it from a book, that's absolutely fine. If it is easier for you, or if it is easier from reading from a screen, that's up to you.
That's okay, Prabhuji. Dhritarashtra said, O Sanjaya, after my sons and the sons of Pandu assembled in the place of pilgrimage in Kurukshetra, desiring to fight, what did they do? Sanjaya said, O king, after looking over the army arranged in military formation by the sons of Pandu, King Duryodhana went to his teacher and spoke the following words. O my teacher, behold the great army of the sons of Pandu, so expertly arranged by your intelligent disciple, the son of Drupad. Text 4. Here in this army are many heroic bowmen, equal in fighting to Bhim and Arjun, great fighters like Yudhana, Virata, and Drupad. There are also great heroic, powerful fighters like Drishtaketu, Chitaketu, Kitana, Kesiraj, Purujit, Kunti Bhoja, and Saibai. There are mighty Yudhamanu, the very powerful Uttamajo, the son of Subhadra, and the sons of Drupadi. All these warriors are great chariot fighters. But for your information, O best of the Brahmanas, let me tell you about the captains who are especially qualified to lead my military force. Text date. There are personalities like you, Bhishma, Karna, Kripa, Ashvatthama, Vikana, and the son of Somadat called Bhurishrava, who are always victorious in battle. There are many other heroes who are prepared to lay down their lives for my sake. All of them are well equipped with different kinds of weapons and all experienced in military science. Text 10. Our strength is immeasurable, and we are perfectly protected by grandfather Bhishma, whereas the strength of the Pandavas, carefully protected by Bhim, is limited. All of you must now give full support to grandfather Bhishma as you stand at your respective strategic points of entrance into the flanks of the army. Then Bhishma, the great valiant grandsire of the Kuru dynasty, the grandfather of the fighters, blew his conch shell very loudly, making a sound like the roar of a lion, giving Duryodhana joy. Text 13. After that, the conch shells, drums, bugles, trumpets, and horns were all suddenly sounded, and the combined sound was tumultuous. On the other side, both Lord Krishna and Arjuna, stationed on a great chariot drawn by white horses, sounded their transcendental conch shells. Text 15. Lord Krishna blew his conch shell, called Panchajaya. Arjuna blew his, the Devadat, and Bhim, the ferocious eater and performer of Herculean tasks, blew his terrific conch shell, called Bhadra. King Yudhisthira, the son of Kunti, blew his conch shell, the Ananta Vijaya, and Nakul and Sahadev blew the Suhosha and Mani Pushpaka. That great archer, the king of Kasi, the great fighter Sikandi, Drishtajumna, Virat, the unconquerable Satyaki, Drupad, the son of Drupadi, and others, the king, O king, such as the mighty armed son of Subhadra, all blew their respective conch shells. Text 19. The blowing of these different conch shells became uproarious, vibrating both in the sky and on the earth. It shattered the hearts of the sons of Dhritarashtra. Text 20. At that time, Arjun, the son of Pandu, seated in the chariot, bearing the flag marked with Hanuman, took up his bow and prepared to shoot his arrows. O king, after looking at the sons of Dhritarashtra drawn in military array, Arjun then spoke to Lord Krishna these words. Prabhu, am I carrying on, Prabhu?
Yes, 21st and 22nd, please. Yes.
Okay. Arjun said, O infallible one, please draw my chariot between the two armies, so that I may see those present here who desire to fight, and with whom I must contend in this great trial of arms.
Thank you very much, Prabhu.
Thank you very much, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. And may I now request Niru Mataji, if she's ready, she can do the next set of verses and finish the chapter. From text 23, please.
If I get stuck, please help me.
Sure. Well, Peter.
Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna.
Let me see those who have come here to fight, wishing to please the evil-minded son of Dhritarashtra. Sanjay said, O designated of Bharat, having those been addressed by Arjun, Lord Krishna drew up the fine chariot in the midst of the armies of both parties. In the presence of Bhishma, Drona, and all the other chieftains of the world, the Lord said, But behold, but all the Kauravas assembled here. Then there Arjun could see, within the midst of the armies of both parties, his fathers, his grandfathers, teachers, maternal uncles, brothers, sons, grandsons, friends, and also his father-in-law and well-wishers. My whole body is trembling, my hair is standing on end, my bow, Gandhav, is slipping from my hand, and my skin is burning.
Mataji, you missed two texts, 27.
Yes, I was just about to say.
Sorry.
27, Mataji.
27.
Yes. Oh, when the son of Kunti, Arjun saw all these different grades of friends and relations, he became overwhelmed with compassion and spoke thus. Said Arjun, my dear Krishna, seeing my friends and relations present before me in such a fighting spirit, I feel the limbs of my body quivering and my mouth drying up.
Text 29.
Text 29. My whole body is trembling, my hair is standing on end, my bow, Gandhi, is slipping from my hand, and my skin is burning. I am now unable to stand here any longer. I am forgetting myself, and my mind is reeling. I see only cause of misfortune, O Krishna, killer of the Keshi demon. I do not see how any good can come from killing my own kinsmen in this battle, nor can I, my dear Krishna, desire any subsequential victory, kingdom, or happiness. O Govinda, of what avail to us are a kingdom, happiness, or even life itself, when all those for whom we may desire them, and now arrayed on this battlefield, O Madhusudana, when teachers, fathers, sons, grandfathers, material uncles,
Maternal.
maternal fathers, no, maternal uncles, father-in-laws, grandsons, brothers-in-law, and other relatives are ready to give up their lives and properties and are standing before me. Why should I wish to kill them, even though they might otherwise
Kill me.
O maintainer of all living entities, I am not prepared to fight with them, even in exchange for the three worlds, let alone this earth. What pleasure will we derive from killing the sons of Dudrastra? 36. Sin will overcome us if we slay such aggressors. Therefore, it is not proper for us to kill the sons of Dudrastra and our friends. What should we gain, O Krishna, husband of the goddess of fortune, and how could we be happy by killing our own kinsmen? O Janardhan, although these men, their hearts overtaken by greed, see no fault in killing one's family or quarreling with friends, why should we, who can see the crime in destroying a family, engaged in these arts of sin?
Hare Krishna, Niru Mataji.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you. So there is a bit of background noise coming from you. I don't know what is that.
From me, there's nothing here. I live on my own, so no noise.
Okay, so okay, please carry on then.
Okay. With the destruction of dynasty, Hare Krishna, with the destruction of dynasty, the eternal family tradition is vanquished, and thus the rest of the family become involved in
Religion.
irreligion. When irreligion is fomented in the family, O Krishna, the women of the family become polluted, and from the degradation of womanhood, or descendants of Vishnu, comes unwanted progeny. An increase of unwanted population certainly causes hellish life both for the family and for those who destroy the family tradition. The ancestors of such corrupt families fall down because their performances for offering them food and water are entirely stopped. By the evil deeds of those who destroy the family tradition and those give raise to unwanted children, all kinds of community projects and family welfare activities are devastated. O Krishna, maintainer of the people, I have heard by
Disciplic succession.
succession that those who destroy family tradition dwell always in hell. Alas, how strange it is that we are preparing to commit greater sinful acts, divided by the desire to enjoy royal happiness. We are intent on killing our own kinsmen. Better for me if the sons of Dhritarashtra's weapons in hand were to kill me unarmed and unrestricted on the battlefield.
Assisting on the battlefield.
Unresisted on the battlefield. Sanjay said, Arjun, having thus spoken on the battlefield, cast aside his bow and arrow, and sat down on the chariot, his mind overwhelmed with grief.
Thank you very much, Niru Mataji.
Hare Krishna.
So now, so let's see, mute. Bhuvaneshwari Mataji, may I request to read first 18 verses, please.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Thank you. Chapter 2, Contents of the Gita summarized. Sanjay said, seeing Arjun full of compassion, his mind depressed, his eyes full of tears, Madhusudan, Krishna, spoke the following words. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjun, how have these impurities come upon you? They are not at all befitting a man who knows the value of life. They lead not to higher planets, but to infamy. O son of Partha, do not yield to this degrading impotence. It does not become you. Give up such petty weakness of heart and arise, O chastiser of the enemy. Arjun said, O killer of enemies, O killer of Madhu, how can I counterattack with arrows in battle men like Bhishma and Drona who are worthy of my worship? It would be better to live in this world by begging than to live at the cost of the lives of great souls who are my teachers. Even though desiring worldly gain, they are superiors. If they are killed, everything we enjoy will be tainted with blood. Nor do we know which is better, conquering them or being conquered by them. If we kill the sons of Dhritarashtra, we should not care to live. Yet they are now standing before us on the battlefield. Now I am confused about my duty and have lost all composure because of miserly weakness. In this condition, I'm asking you to tell me for certain what is best for me. Now I am your disciple and the soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. Text 8. I can find no means to drive away this grief, which is drying up my senses. I will not be able to dispel it, even if I win a prosperous, unrivaled kingdom on earth, with sovereignty like the demigods in heaven. Text 9. Sanjay said, having spoken thus, Arjun, chastiser of enemies, told Krishna, Govinda, I shall not fight, and fell silent. Text 10. O descendant of Bharat, at that time Krishna, smiling in the midst of both the armies, spoke the following words to the grief-stricken Arjuna. Text 11. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, while speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead. Text 12. Never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, and in the future shall any of us cease to be. Text 13. As the embodied soul continuously passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. A sober person is not bewildered by such a change. Text 14. O son of Kunti, the non-permanent appearance of happiness and distress and the disappearance in due course are like the appearance and disappearance of winter and summer seasons. They arise from sense perception, ocean of Bharat, and one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. Text 15. O best among men, Arjun, the person who is not disturbed by happiness and distress and is steady in both is certainly eligible for liberation. Text 16. Those who are seers of the truth have concluded that of the non-existent, the material body, there is no endurance, and of the eternal, the soul, there is no change. This they have concluded by studying the nature of both. Text 17. That which pervades the entire body you should know to be indestructible. No one is able to destroy that imperishable soul. Text 18. The material body of the indestructible, immeasurable, and eternal living entity is sure to come to an end. Therefore fight, O descendant of Bharat. Thank you, Prabhuji.
Very much, Mataji. So next, I will request Damodar Vilas Prabhu to read next 18 verses. Damodar Vilas Prabhu, are you there? If not, we can ask.
Yes, I'm here, Prabhuji. I'm here.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
I'll be reading from the screen, so make.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so text 19. Neither he who thinks the living entity, the slayer, nor he who thinks it slain, is in knowledge, for the self slays not, nor is slain. For the soul, there is neither birth nor death at any time. He has not come into being, does not come into being, and will not come into being. He is unborn, eternal, ever existing, and primal. He is not slain when the body is slain. O Partha, how can a person who knows that the soul is indestructible, eternal, unborn, and immutable kill anyone or cause anyone to kill? As a person puts on new garments, giving up old ones, the soul similarly accepts new material bodies, giving up the old and useless ones. The soul can never be cut to pieces by any weapon, nor burnt by fire, nor moistened by water, nor withered by the wind. This individual soul is unbreakable and insoluble, and can be neither burned nor dried. He is everlasting, present everywhere, unchangeable, immovable, and eternally the same. It is said that the soul is invisible, inconceivable, and immutable. Knowing this, you should not grieve for the body. If, however, you think that the soul or the symptom of life will always be born and die forever, you still have no reason to lament. Almighty armed. One who has taken his birth is sure to die, and after death, one is sure to take birth again. Therefore, in the unavoidable discharge of your duty, you should not lament. All created beings are unmanifest, and they are beginning, manifest in their interim state, and unmanifest again when annihilated. So, what need is there for lamentation? Some look on the soul as amazing, some some describe him as amazing, and some hear of him as amazing, while others, even after hearing about him, cannot understand him at all. O descendant of Bharata, he who dwells in the body can never be slain. Therefore, you need not grieve for any living being. Considering your specific duty as Kshatriya, you should know that there's no better engagement for you than fighting on religious principles. And so there's no need for hesitation. O Partha, happy are the Kshatriyas to whom such fighting opportunities come unsought, opening for them the doors of the heavenly planets. If, however, you do not perform your religious duty of fighting, then you will certainly incur sins. For neglecting your sin, for neglecting your duties, and thus lose your reputation as fighter. People will always speak of your infamy, and for a respectable person, dishonor is worse than death. The great generals who have highly esteemed your name and fame will think that you have left the battlefield out of fear only, and thus they will consider you insignificant. Your enemies will describe you in many unkind words. And 1 minute, can you raise the? Prabhuji, I can't see the bottom part. Sorry, yeah, thank you. Your enemies will describe you in many unkind words and scorn your ability. What could be more painful for you?
Thank you. Thank you very
Hare
much.
Krishna. Thank you, Prabhu.
And now may I request Govinda Prabhu to read next 18 verses, beginning from text 37, please.
O son of Kunti, either you will be killed on the battlefield and attain the heavenly planet, or you will conquer and enjoy the earthly kingdom. Therefore, get up with determination and fight. Do thou fight for the sake of fighting, without considering happiness or distress, loss or gain, victory or defeat, and by so doing, you shall never incur sin. Thus far I have described this knowledge to you through analytical study. Now listen as I explain it in terms of working without fruitive results. O son of Pratha, when you act in such knowledge, you can free yourself from bondage of works. In this endeavor, there is no loss or diminution, and a little advancement on this path can protect one from the most dangerous type of fear. Those who are on this path are resolute in purpose, and their aim is one, O beloved child of Kurus. The intelligence of those who are irresolute is many-branched. Men of small knowledge are very much attached to the flowery words of the Vedas, which recommend various fruitive activities for elevation to heavenly planets, resulting good birth, power, and so forth, being desirous of sense gratification and opulent life. They say that there is nothing more than this. In the minds of those who are too attached to sense enjoyment and material opulence, and who are bewildered by such things, the resolute determination for devotional service to the Supreme Lord does not take place. The Vedas deal mainly with the subject of the three modes of material nature, or Arjuna. Become transcendental to these three modes. Be free from all dualities and from all anxieties for gain and safety, and be established in the self. All purposes served by small well can be at once be served by a great reservoir of water. Similarly, all the purposes of Vedas can be served to one who knows the purpose behind them. You have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities, and never be attached to not doing your duty. Perform your duty equipoise, O Arjuna, abandoning all attachment to success or failure. Such equanimity is called yoga. O Dhananjaya, keep all abominable activities far distant by devotional service, and in that consciousness surrender unto the Lord. Those who want to enjoy the fruits of their works are misers. A man engaged in devotional service rids himself of both good and bad action even in this life. Therefore, strive for yoga, which is the art of all work. By thus engaging in devotional service to the Lord, great sages or devotees free themselves from the results of work in the material world. In this way, they become free from the cycle of birth and death and attain the state beyond all miseries by going back to Godhead. When your intelligence has passed out the dense forest of delusion, you shall become indifferent to all that has been heard and that is to be heard. When your mind is no longer disturbed by the flowery language of the Vedas, and when it remains fixed in the trance of self-realization, then you will have attained the divine consciousness. Arjuna said, "O Krishna, what are the symptoms of one whose consciousness is thus merged in transcendence? How does he speak? What is his language? How does he sit? And how did he walk?"
Thank you, Prabhu, Govinda Prabhu. So next, could I request Shailesh Prabhu if he is there and willing to read? If not, okay, Shailesh Prabhu, please, you may complete the chapter.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji.
That's 55 onwards.
Yeah, 55 onwards. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O Partha, when a man gives up all varieties of desires for sense gratification, which arise from mental concoction, and when his mind, thus purified, finds satisfaction in the self alone, then he is said to be in pure transcendental consciousness. One who is not disturbed in mind, even amidst the threefold miseries, or elated when there is happiness, and who is free from attachment, fear, and anger, is called a sage of steady mind. In the material world, one who is unaffected by whatever good or evil he may obtain, neither praising it nor despising it, is firmly fixed in perfect knowledge. One who is able to withdraw his senses from sense objects, as the tortoise draws its limbs within the shell, is firmly fixed in perfect consciousness. Though the embodied soul may be restricted from sense enjoyment, the taste for sense object remains, but ceasing such engagements by experiencing a higher taste, he is fixed in consciousness. The senses are so strong and impetuous, O Arjuna, that they forcibly carry away the mind even of a man of discrimination who is endeavoring to control them. One who restrains his senses, keeping them under full control, and fixes his consciousness upon me is known as a man of steady intelligence. While contemplating the objects of the senses, a person develops attachment for them, and from such attachment lust develops, and from lust anger arises. From anger complete delusion arises, and from delusion bewilderment of memory. When memory is bewildered, intelligence is lost, and when intelligence is lost, one falls down again in the material pool. But a person free from all attachment and aversion, unable to control his senses through regulative principles of freedom, can obtain the complete mercy of the Lord. For one thus satisfied in Krishna consciousness, the threefold miseries of material existence exist no longer. In such satisfied consciousness, One's intelligence is soon well established. One who is not connected with Supreme in Krishna consciousness can have neither transcendental intelligence nor a steady mind, without which there is no possibility of peace. And how can there be any happiness without peace? As a strong wind sweeps away a boat on the water, even one of the roaming senses on which the mind focuses can carry away a man's intelligence. Therefore, O mighty armed, one whose senses are restrained from their objects is certainly of steady intelligence. What is night for all beings is the time of awakening for the self controlled, and the time of awakening for all beings is night for introspective sage. A person who is not disturbed by the incessant flow of desires that enters like rivers into the ocean, which is ever being filled but is always still, can alone achieve peace, and not the men who strive to satisfy such desires. A person who has given up all desires for sense gratification, who lives free from desires, who has given up all sense of proprietorship and is devoid of false ego, he alone can attain real peace. That is the way of the spiritual and godly life. After attaining with a man, after attaining which a man is not bewildered. If one is such situated, even at the hour of death, one can attain in the kingdom of God.
Thank
Thus ends the Bhakti Vedanta purport of the second chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita in the matter of its contents.
Thank you very much, Shailesh.
Hare Krishna.
Now we'll begin chapter 3 entitled Karma Yoga. So I can see, could I kindly request Sumadura Radhika Mataji if Mataji is ready?
Hare Krishna, yes, Prabhuji. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Could
Okay.
I request you to read out the first 21 verses from the chapter 3, please, Mataji?
Sure. Text 1. Arjun said, O Janardhan, O Keshava, why do you want to engage me in this ghastly warfare if you think that intelligence is better than fruitive work? My intelligence is bewildered by your equivocal instructions. Therefore, please tell me decisively which will be most beneficial for me. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O sinless Arjun, I have already explained that there are two classes of men who try to realize the self. Some are inclined to understand it by empirical philosophical speculation, and others by devotional service. Not by merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction, nor by renunciation alone can one attain perfection. Everyone is forced to act helplessly according to the qualities he has acquired from the modes of material nature. Therefore, no one can refrain from doing something, not even for a moment. One who restrains the senses of action, but whose mind dwells on sense objects, certainly deludes himself and is called a pretender. On the other hand, if a sincere person tries to control the active senses by the mind and begins karma yoga in Krishna consciousness without attachment, he is by far superior. Perform your prescribed duty, for doing so is better than not working. One cannot even maintain one's physical body without work. Work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed. Otherwise, work causes bondage in this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction, and in that way you will always remain free from bondage. In the beginning of creation, the Lord of all creatures sent forth generations of men and demigods along with sacrifices for Vishnu, and blessed them by saying, Be thou happy by this yajna, sacrifice, because its performance will bestow upon you everything desirable for living happily and achieving liberation. The demigods, being pleased by sacrifices, will also please you, and thus by cooperation between men and demigods, prosperity will reign for all. In charge of the various necessities of life, the demigods, being satisfied by the performance of yajna, sacrifice, will supply all necessities to you. But he who enjoys such gifts without offering them to the demigods in return is certainly a thief. The devotees of the Lord are released from all kinds of sins because they eat food which is offered first for sacrifice. Others who prepare food for personal sense enjoyment verily eat only sin. All bodies subsist on food grains, which are produced from rains. Rains are produced by performance of yajna, sacrifice, and yajna is born of prescribed duties. Regulated activities are prescribed in the Vedas, and the Vedas are directly manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Consequently, the all-pervading transcendence is eternally situated in acts of sacrifice. My dear Arjun, one who does not follow in human life the cycle of sacrifice thus established by the Vedas certainly leads a life full of sin. Living only for the satisfaction of the senses, such a person lives in vain. But for one who takes pleasure in the self, whose human life is one of self-realization and who is satisfied in the self only, fully satiated, for him there is no duty. A self-realized man has no purpose to fulfill in the discharge of his prescribed duties, nor has he any reason not to perform such work, nor has he any need to depend on any other living being. Therefore, without being attached to the fruits of activities, one should act as a matter of duty. For by working without attachment, one attains the supreme. Kings such as Janak attained perfection solely by performance of prescribed duties. Therefore, just for the sake of educating the people in general, you should perform your work. Whatever action a great man performs, common men follow, and whatever standards he sets by exemplary acts, all the world pursues.
Thank
O
you.
son of Pritha,
Okay, you can read the text 22 as well. Thank you.
O son of Pritha, there is no work prescribed for me within all the three planetary systems, nor am I in want of anything, nor have I a need to obtain anything, and yet I am engaged in prescribed duties. Thank you, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Sumitra Radkamataji. Thank you for that. May I now request Prem Datri or Ramni Chanda Prabhu, whoever is there, if they are ready. Otherwise, I will ask someone else. Okay, so I can't.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Dandas Pranam.
Hare Krishna, Dandas Pranam, Prabhu. Thank you very much. You may complete this chapter beginning from text 23, please.
For if I ever fail to engage in carefully performing prescribed duties, O Partha, certainly all men would follow my path. If I did not perform prescribed duties, all these worlds would be put to ruination. I would be the cause of creating unwanted population, and I would therefore destroy the peace of all living beings. As the ignorant perform their duties with attachment to results, the learned may similarly act, but without attachment for the sake of leading people on the right path, so as not to disrupt the minds of ignorant men attached to the fruitive results of prescribed duties. A learned person should not induce them to stop work. Rather, by working in the spirit of devotion, he should engage them in all sorts of activities for the gradual development of Krishna consciousness. The spirit soul, bewildered by the influence of false ego, thinks himself the doer of activities that are in actuality carried out by the three modes of material nature. One who is in knowledge of the absolute truth, almighty armed, does not engage himself in the senses and sense gratification. Knowing well the differences between work in devotion and work for fruitive results. Bewildered by the modes of material nature, the ignorant fully engage themselves in material activities and become attached, but the wise should not unsettle them. Although these duties are inferior due to the performer's lack of knowledge. Therefore, O Arjun, surrendering all your works unto me with full knowledge of me and without desires for profit, with no claims to proprietorship and free from lethargy, fight. Those persons who execute their duties according to my injunctions and who follow this teaching faithfully without envy become free from the bondage of fruitive actions. But those who out of envy disregard these teachings and do not follow them regularly are to be considered bereft of all knowledge, befooled and ruined in their endeavors for perfection. Even a man of knowledge acts according to his own nature, for everyone follows the nature he has acquired from the three modes. What can repression accomplish? These are the principles to regulate attachment and aversion pertaining to the senses and their objects. One should not come under the control of such attachment and aversion because they are stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization. It is far better to discharge one's prescribed duties, even though faultily, than another's duties perfectly. Instruction in the course of performing one's own duties better than engaging in another's duties, for to follow another's path is dangerous. Arjun said, O descendant of Vishnu, by what is one impelled to do sinful acts, even unwillingly as engaged by force? The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, it is lust only, Arjun, which is born of contact with the material mode of passion and later transformed into wrath, and which is the all-devouring sinful enemy of this world. As fire is covered by smoke, as a mirror is covered by dust, or the embryo is covered by the womb, the living entity is similarly covered by different degrees of this lust. Thus, the wise living entity's pure consciousness becomes covered by his eternal enemy in the form of lust, which is never satisfied, which burns like fire. The senses, the mind, the intelligence are the sitting places of this lust. Through them, lust covers the real knowledge of the living entity and bewilders them. Therefore, Arjun, best of the Bhartas, in the very beginning, curb this great symbol of sin, lust, by regulating the senses, and slay this destroyer of knowledge and self-realization. The working senses are superior to dull matter. Mind is higher than the senses. Intelligence is still higher than the mind, and the soul is even higher than the intelligence. Thus, knowing oneself to be transcendental to the material senses, mind, and intelligence, Almighty armed Arjun, one should steady the mind by deliberate spiritual intelligence, Krishna consciousness, and thus by spiritual strength conquer this insoluble enemy known as lust. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport.
Okay.
Krishna Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna, Ramnityan Prabhu. Thank you very much for that. May I now request Sandhya Mataji, if you are ready, to begin the 4th chapter. And followed by Sandhya Mataji, can we ask Shankar Prabhu to read the next set of verses. So first Sandhya Mataji, 21 verses from chapter 4, and followed by Shankar Prabhu can complete the chapter. Chapter 4, Transcendental Knowledge. Sandhya Mataji.
Hare Krishna Prabhu. I'll give it a go. I've got a bit of a sore throat, so I'll start.
However many you like. Sorry, I didn't realize that you have a sore throat. So however many you like to read out, that's fine.
Okay, Prabhu. Transcendental Knowledge, Text 1. The Personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna said, I instructed this imperishable science of yoga to the sun god, Vivasvan, and Vivasvan instructed it to Manu, the father of mankind, and Manu in turn instructed it to Ishvaku. Text 2. This supreme science was thus received through the chain of disciplic succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way. But in the course of time, the succession was broken, and therefore the science as it appears to be lost. Text 3. That very ancient science of the relationship with the Supreme is today told by me to you, because you are my devotee as well as my friend, and can therefore understand the transcendental mystery of the science. Text 4. Arjuna said, the sun god Vivasan is senior by birth to you. How am I to understand that in the beginning you instructed the science to him? Text 5. The personality of Godhead said, Many, many births, both you and I have passed. I can remember all of them, but you cannot, O subduer of the enemy. Text 6. Although I'm unborn, and my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all living entities, I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. Text 7. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Partha, and a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself. Text 8. To deliver the pious and to annihilate the miscreants, as well as to re-establish the principles of religion, I myself appear millennium after millennium. Text 9. One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna. Text 10. Being freed from attachment, fear, and anger, being fully absorbed in me, and taking refuge in me, many, many persons in the past became purified by knowledge of me, and thus they all attained transcendental love for me. Text 11. As all surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects, O son of Pritha. Text 12. Men in this world desire success in fruitive activities, and therefore they worship the demigods. Quickly, of course, men get results from fruitive work in this world. Text 13. According to the three modes of material nature and the work associated with them, the four divisions of human society are created by me. And although I'm the creator of this system, you should know that I am yet the non-doer, being unchangeable. Text 14. There is no work that affects me, nor do I aspire for the fruits of action. One who understands this truth about me also does not become entangled in the fruitive reactions of work. Text 15. All the liberated souls in ancient times acted with this understanding of my transcendental nature. Therefore, you should perform your duty following in their footsteps. Text 16. Even the intelligent and bewildered in determining what is action and what is inaction. Now I shall explain to you what action is, knowing which you shall be liberated from all misfortune. Text 17. The intricacies of action are very hard to understand. Therefore, one should know properly what action is and what forbidden action is and what inaction is. Text 18. One who sees inaction in action and action in inaction is intelligent among men, and he is in the transcendental position, although engaged in all sorts of activities. Text 19. One is understood to be in full knowledge, whose every endeavor is devoid of desire for sense gratification. He is said by sages to be a worker for whom the reaction of work have been burnt up by the fire of perfect knowledge. Text 20. Abandoning all attachment to the results of these activities, ever satisfied and independent, he performs no fruitive action, although engaged in all kinds of undertakings. Text 21. A man of understanding acts with mind and intelligence, perfectly controlled, gives up all sense of proprietorship over his possessions, and acts only for the bare necessities of life. Thus working, he is not affected by sinful reaction. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Sandhya Mataji, for
Thank you, Prabhu.
so I said Shankar Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Thank you very much, Prabhu. So you may complete the fourth chapter, please. Beginning from text 22.
He who is satisfied with gain which comes of its own accord who is free from duality and does not envy, who is steady in both success and failure, is never entangled although performing actions. Text 23. The work of a man who is unattached to the modes of material nature and who is fully situated in transcendental knowledge merges entirely into transcendence. Text 24. A person who is fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness is sure to obtain the spiritual kingdom because of his full contribution to spiritual activities in which the consummation is absolute and that which is offered is of the same spiritual nature. Text 25. Some yogis perfectly worship the demigods by offering different sacrifices to them and some other sacrifices in the fire of the Supreme Brahman. Text 26. Some, the unadulterated brahmacharis, sacrifice the hearing process and the senses in the fire of mental control, and others, the regulated householders, sacrifice the objects of the senses in the fire of the senses. Text 27. Others who are interested in achieving self realization through control of the mind and senses offer the function of all the senses and of the life breath as oblations into the fire of the controlled mind. Text 28. Having accepted strict vows, some become enlightened by sacrificing their possessions, and others by performing severe austerities, by practicing the yoga of eightfold mysticism, or by studying the Vedas to advance in transcendental knowledge. Text 29. Still others who are inclined to the process of breath restraint to remain in trance practice by offering the movement of the outgoing breath into the incoming and the incoming breath into the outgoing, and thus at last remain in trance, stopping all breathing. Others, curtailing the eating process, offer the outgoing breath into itself as a sacrifice. Text 30. All these performers who know the meaning of sacrifice become cleansed of sinful reactions, and having tasted the nectar of the results of sacrifices, they advance toward the supreme eternal atmosphere. Text 31. O best of the Kuru dynasty, without sacrifice, one can never live happily on this planet or in this life. What then of the next? Text 32. All these different types of sacrifice are approved by the Vedas, and all of them are born of different types of work. Knowing them as such, you will become liberated. Text 33. O chastiser of the enemy, the sacrifice performed in knowledge is better than the mere sacrifice of material possessions. After all, O son of Pritha, all sacrifices of work culminate in transcendental knowledge. Text 34. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized souls can impart knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth. Text 35. Having obtained real knowledge from a self-realized soul, you will never fall again into such illusion. For by this knowledge, you will see that all living beings are but part of the Supreme, or in other words, that they are mine. Text 36. Even if you are considered to be the most sinful of all sinners, when you are situated in the boat of transcendental knowledge, you will be able to cross over the ocean of miseries. Text 37. As a blazing fire turns firewood to ashes, O Arjuna, so does the fire of knowledge burn to ashes all reactions to material activities. Text 38. In this world, there is nothing so sublime and pure as transcendental knowledge. Such knowledge is the mature fruit of all mysticism, and one who has become accomplished in the practice of devotional service enjoys this knowledge within himself in due course of time. Text 39. A faithful man who is dedicated to transcendental knowledge and who subdues his senses is eligible to achieve such knowledge, and having achieved it he quickly attains the supreme spiritual peace. Text 40. But ignorant and faithless persons who doubt the revealed scriptures do not attain God consciousness, they fall down. For the doubting soul, there is happiness neither in this world nor in this next. Text 41. One who acts in this devotional service, renouncing the fruits of his action, and whose doubts have been destroyed by transcendental knowledge, is situated factually in the self. Thus, he is not bound by the reactions of work, O conqueror of riches. Text 42. Therefore, the doubts who have arisen in your out of ignorance should be slashed by the weapon of knowledge. Armed with yoga, O Bharata, stand and fight.
Thank you very
Hare
much,
Krishna.
Shankar Prabhu. Appreciate that. Next, could I?
Can I try, Prabhuji?
Prabhuji, Praneshwar Prabhu hasn't read.
Yes, I'm making the list here, definitely. Okay, so Praneshwar Prabhu can go ahead. Okay, so after Praneshwar Prabhu, could I request Philip Ramlal Prabhu? So both Praneshwar Prabhu and Philip Ramlal Prabhu can complete chapter 5. Praneshwar Prabhu, you can read first 15 verses, and Philip Ramlal Prabhu can complete the chapter. So let me bring it up. Chapter 5, Karma Yoga, Action in Krishna Consciousness.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Haribol.
Karma Yoga, Action in Krishna Consciousness. Arjuna said, O Krishna, first of all, you ask me to renounce work, and then again you recommend work with devotion. Now will you kindly text me definitely, which of the two is more beneficial? Text 2. The personality of Godhead reply, the renunciations of work and work in devotion are both good for liberation, but of the two, work in devotional service is better than renunciation of work. Text 3. One who neither hates nor desires the fruits of his activities is known to be always renounced. Such a person, free from all dualities, easily overcomes material bondage and is completely liberated, O mighty arm Arjuna. Text 4. Only the ignorant speak of devotional service, karma yoga, as being different from the analytical study of the material world, Sankhya. Those who are actually learned say that he who applies himself well to one of these paths achieves the results of both. Text 5. One who knows that the position reached by means of analytical study can also be attained by devotional service, and who therefore sees analytical study and devotional service to be on the same level, sees things as they are. Text 6. Merely renouncing all activities, yet not engaging in the devotional service of the Lord cannot make one happy. But a thoughtful person engaged in devotional service can achieve the supreme without delay. Text 7. One who works in devotionals, who is a pure soul and who controls his mind and senses, is dear to everyone, and everyone is dear to him. Though always working, such a man is never entangled. Text 8. A person in text 8 and 9. A person in the divine consciousness, all the engaged in seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, moving, about sleeping and breathing, always knows within himself that he actually does nothing at all, because while speaking, evacuating, receiving or opening or closing his eyes, he always knows that only the material senses are engaged with their objects and that he is aloof from them. Text 10. One who performs his duty without attachment, surrendering the result unto the Supreme Lord, is unaffected by sinful action as the lotus leaf in touched by water. Text 11. The yogis abandoning attachment act with body, mind, intelligence, and even with the senses only for the purpose of purification. Text 12. The steadily devoted soul attains unadulterated peace because he offers the results of all activities to me. Whereas as a person who is not in union with the divine, who is greedy for the fruits of his labor, becomes entangled. Text 13. When the embodied living being controls his nature and mentally renounces all actions. He resides happily in the city of nine gates, the material body, neither working nor causing work to be done. Text 14. The embodied spirit masters of the city of his body does not create activities, nor does the induce people to act, nor does he create the fruits of action. All this is en- en- enacted by the modes of material nature. Text 15. Nor does the Supreme Lord assumes anyone's sinful or pious activities. Embodied being, however, are bewildered because of the ignorance which covers their real knowledge. Hare
Thank you
Krishna.
very much.
Hare Krishna.
So just to let everyone know that I can see who has joined. Everyone joined the Zoom call. I can see, and I'm just going in an order, and everyone will be given a chance as well. And once everyone is completed, I will again ask the devotees if any of their family members wants to read as well. So don't worry that I'm just going in one order, but I can see everyone who has joined the Zoom call. Now I request our Philip Ramlal Prabhu to complete the chapter, beginning from text 16, please.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji. Text 16. When, however, one is enlightened with the knowledge by which any science is destroyed, then his knowledge reveals everything, as the sun lights up everything in the daytime. Text 17. When one's intelligence, mind, faith, and refuse all are all fixed in the Supreme, then one becomes fully cleansed of misgivings throughout complete knowledge, and thus proceeds straight on the path of liberation. Text 18. The humble sages, by virtue of true knowledge, see with equal vision a learned and gentle Brahmana, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog eater outcast. Text 19. Those whose minds are established in sameness and equanimity have already conquered the conditions of birth and death. They are flawless like Brahman, and thus they are already situated in Brahman. Text 20. A person who neither rejoices upon achieving something pleasant nor laments upon obtaining something unpleasant, who is self-intelligent, who is unbewildered, and who knows the science of God, is already situated in transcendence. Text 21. Such a liberated person is not attracted to material sense pleasure, but is always in trance, enjoying the pleasures within. In this way, the self-realized person enjoys unlimited happiness, for he concentrates on the Supreme. Text 22. An intelligent person who does not take part in the sources of misery which are due to contact with the material senses, O son of Kunti, such pleasures have a beginning and an end, and so the wise man does not delight in them. Text 23. Before giving up this present body, if one is able to tolerate the urges of material senses and check the force of desire and anger, he is well situated and is happy in this world. Text 24. One whose happiness is within, who is active and rejoices within, and who aims is inward in actual the in actually the perfect aim is inward is actually the perfect mystic. He is liberated in the Supreme ultimately he attains the supreme. Text 25. Those who are beyond the dualities that arise from doubts, whose minds are engaged within, who are always busy working for the welfare of all living beings, and who are free from all sins, achieve liberation in the Supreme. Text 26. Those who are free from anger and all material desires, who are self-realized, self-disciplined, and constantly endeavoring for perfection, are assured of liberation in the Supreme in the very near future. Text 27-28, shutting out all eternal sense objects, keeping the eyes and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breaths within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind, senses, and intelligence. The transcendentalist aiming at liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. One who is always in this state is certainly liberated. Text 29. A person in full consciousness of me, knowing me to be the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifices and austerities, the Supreme Lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace from the pangs of material miseries. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Philip Prabhu. So now we will begin the 6th chapter. So again, I would I would request 2 volunteers to read these ones. So could I ask who is this iPhone Prabha? Hare Krishna, iPhone Prabha. Okay, so no response. That's fine. And Madhavi Mataji, are you there? Interesting.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Yeah.
No? Okay, 1 second. And your husband, dear husband, is also there. SK Das, there is another one.
SK, that little bit busy, Prabhuji. He is reading a little bit later.
Okay, that's okay. So after Madhavi Mataji, can I request Ujjwal Mani Mataji to read the chapter? And they both can complete the 6th chapter. So Madhavi Mataji, so 6th chapter, you can read first 24 verses.
Okay, Prabhuji.
So chapter 6, Dhyan Yoga. First,
can I start, Prabhuji?
Yes, please. And after that, Ujjwal Mani Mataji.
Okay, Hare Krishna. Dhyana Yoga. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, one who is unattached to the fruits of his work and who works as he is obligated is in the renounced order of life, and he...
Madhavi Mataji, some background music was coming. Okay, that's gone now. Yes, carry on, please. Sorry.
Yeah. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, one who is unattached to the fruits of his work and who works as he is obligated is in the renounced order of life. And he is the true mystic, not he who lights and no fire and performs no duty. The text is 2 3 What is called renunciation, you should know to be the same as yoga or linking oneself with the Supreme O Son of Pandu, for one can never become a yogi unless he renounces the desire for sense gratification. For one who is a neophyte in the Eightfold Yoga system, work is said to be the means, and for one who is already elevated in yoga, cessation of all material activities is said to be the means. Text 4. A person is said to be elevated in yoga when, having renounced all material desires, he neither acts for sense gratification nor engages in fruitive activities. Text 5. One must deliver himself with the help of his mind and not degrade himself. The mind is the friend of the conditioned soul and his enemy as well. Text 6. For him who has conquered the mind is the best of friends. But for one who has failed to do so, his mind will remain the greatest enemy. Text 7. For one who has conquered the mind, the supersoul is already reached, for he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same. Text 8. A person is said to be established in self realization and is called a yogi or mystic when he is fully satisfied by virtue of a conquered, acquired knowledge and realization. Such a person is situated in transcendence and and he is self-controlled. He sees everything, whether it be pebbles, stones, or gold, as the same. Text 9. A person is considered still further advanced when he regards honest well-wishers, affectionate benefactors, the neutral meditators, the envious friends and enemies, the pious and the sinners, all with equal mind. Text 10. A transcendentalist should always engage his body, mind, and self in relationship with the Supreme. He should live alone in a secluded place and should always carefully control his mind. He should be free from desires and feelings of possessiveness. Text 11 and 12. To practice yoga, one should go to secluded place and should lay kusagras on the ground and then cover it with a bare skin and a soft cloth. The seat should be neither too high nor too low and should be
Krishna,
situated in a sacred place.
Hare Krishna. There is
Hare
background.
Krishna, Prabhuji.
I don't know who is talking, but I can't see. It must be coming from yours only. No one muted. Is there anything background going on? Mother Mataji?
Now it's okay.
Now is
Yes.
okay, Mataji. Thank you. This is
Prabhuji, is okay now?
yes, better now.
Is okay now?
Yes. Please carry on from text 11, 12. Please read, Mataji. Okay, did we lose her?
Later, Prabhuji, otherwise. Yeah, better? Okay, text 11 and 12. To practice yoga, one should to go secluded place and should lay kusagras on the ground and then cover it with a bare skin and a soft cloth. The seat should be neither too high nor too low and should be situated in a sacred place. The
yogi should. Okay, we lost you again. Hare Krishna.
Fixing the mind no one point. Text 13 and 14. One should hold one's body, neck and head uh, erect in a straight line and stare steadily at the tip of the nose, thus with an unagitated, uh, subdued mind, devoid of fear, completely free from sex life. One should meditate upon me with in the heart and make me the ultimate goal of life. Text 15. Thus, practicing constant control of the body, mind, and activities, the mystic transcendentalist, his mind regulated, attains to the kingdom of God or the abode of Krishna by cessation of material existence. Text 16. There is no possibility of once becoming a yogi. O Arjuna, if one eats too much or eats too little, sleeps too much or does not sleep enough. Text 17. He who is regulated in his habits of eating, sleeping, recreation, and work can mitigate all material pains by practicing the yoga system. Text 18. When the yogi, by practice of yoga, uh, disciplines his mental activities and becomes situated in transcendence, devoid of all material desires, he is said to be well established in yoga. Text 19.
As a lamp in a windless place does not waver, so the transcendentalist, whose mind is controlled, remains always steady in his meditation on the transcendent self. Text 2023. In the stage of perfection called trance or samadhi, one's mind is completely restrained from material mental activities by practicing a practice of yoga. This perfection is characterized by one's ability to see the self by the pure mind and to relish and rejoice in the self. In the joyous state, one is situated in boundless transcendental happiness, realized through transcendental senses. Established thus, one never departs from that truth, and upon gaining this, he thinks there is no greater gain. Being situated in such a position, one is never shaken, even in the midst of greatest difficulty. This indeed is actual freedom from all miseries arising from material contact.
Thank you, Mataji. So now I request
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Mataji's family. So that's it, Mataji. So text 24 onwards, Ujjalamani Mataji. Please unmute Ujjalamani Mataji.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Hare
all.
One should engage oneself in the practice of yoga with the determination and faith and not be divided from the path. One should abandon without exception all material desire born of mental speculation and thus control all the sense on all sides by the mind. Text. Gradually, step by step, one should become situated in trance by means of intelligence sustained by full convictions, and thus the mind should be fixed on the self alone and should think of nothing else. Text 26. From wherever the mind wanders due to its flickering and unsteady nature, one must certainly withdraw it and bring it back under the control of the self. Text 7. The yogi whose mind is fixed on me verily attain an high perfection of transcendental happiness. He is beyond the he realized his quality identity with the Supreme, and thus he is freed from all reaction of past deeds. Text 28. Thus, the self-controlled yogi, constantly engaged in yoga practice, become free from all material contamination and achieved the highest stage of perfect happiness in transcendental loving service to the Lord. Text 29. A true yogi observed in all being and all sees every being in me. Indeed, the self-realized person sees me, the same Supreme Lord everywhere. Text 30. For one who sees me everywhere and sees everything in me, I am never lost, nor he ever lost to me. Text 31. Such a yogi who engaged in a worshipful service of the Supreme Soul, knowing that I and the Supreme Super Soul are one, remain always in me in all circumstances. Text 32. He is perfect yogi who by comparison to his own self sees the true equality of the being, of all being, in both their happiness and their distress. O Arjuna, text 33. Arjuna says, O Madhusudana, the system of yoga which you have summarized appears impractical and unendurable to me, for the mind is restless and unsteady. Text 34. The mind is restless, turbulent, obtained and very strong, O Krishna, and so subdue it, I think, is more difficult than controlling the mind. Text 35. Lord Sri Krishna says, O mighty armed son of Kunti, it is undoubtedly very difficult to curb the restless mind, but it is possible by suitable practice and by detachment. Text 36. For one whose mind is unbridled, self-realization is a difficult work, but he whose mind is controlled and who strive by appropriated means is assured of success. That is my opinion. Text 37. Arjuna says, O Krishna, what is the destination of the unsuccessful transcendentalists? Who is the beginning takes of the process of self-realization with faith, but who later desist due to worldly mindedness and thus does not attain perfection in mysticism. Text 38. O mighty armed Krishna, does not such a man who is bewildered from the path of transcendence fall away from both spiritual and material success and perish like a raven cloud with no position in any sphere? Text 39. This is my doubt, O Krishna, and I ask you to dispel it completely, but for you, no one is to be found who can destroy these doubts. Hare Krishna.
Text 40. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Son of Pritha, a transcendentalist engaged in auspicious activities does not meet with destruction, either in this world or the spiritual world. One who does good, my friend, is never overcome by evil. Text 41. The unsuccessful yogi, after many, many years of enjoyment on the planet's living entities, is born into a family of righteous people or into a family of rich aristocracy. Text 42. Or, if unsuccessful after a long practice of yoga, he takes his birth in a family of transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom. Certainly such a birth is rare in this world. Text 43. On taking such a birth, he revives the divine consciousness of his previous life, and he again tries to make further progress in order to achieve complete success, O son of Guru. Text 44. By virtue of the divine consciousness of his previous life, he automatically becomes attracted to the yogic principles, even without seeking them. Such an inquisitive transcendentalist stands always above the ritualistic principles of the scriptures. Text 45. And when the yogi engages himself with sincere endeavor in making further progress, being washed of all contaminations, then ultimately, achieving perfection after many, many births of practice, he attains the supreme goal. Text 46. A yogi is greater than the ascetic, greater than the empiricist, and greater than the fruitive worker. Therefore, O Arjuna, in all circumstances be a yogi. Text 47. And of all yogis, the one with great faith who always abides in me, thinks of me within himself, and renders transcendental loving service to me, he is the most intimately united with me in yoga, and is the highest of all. That is my opinion. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Nisha Mataji. Thank you. So we have completed 6 chapters. My plan is to take a break after 12 chapters. We still have plenty of verses to cover. So Ramlal Prabhu, would you like to just say a couple of minutes, anything from these 6 chapters? Sorry to put you on spot. If you're there. Sorry, I just thought I would ask someone just to say in a couple of minutes something like, need not to be the essence, but anything from these 6 chapters, 1 or 2 points, any points that you liked that you wanted to share.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. So we have learnt in the last 6 chapters that controlling one's senses is the key to making spiritual progress. And when those senses are dovetailed in Krishna consciousness or in the service of Krishna, then one can perfect one's life. Hare Krishna. Is that good?
Excellent. Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Very good. And yes, so the first portion, the first 6 chapter is mainly karma yoga. So karma is stressed, work. But yes, control the senses and work. That is mentioned, karma yoga, they call it. And the next 6 sections, 6 chapters, that is the middle section is bhakti yoga, more sweeter. And it is protected by the karma yoga and the jnana yoga. It's intentionally kept in the middle. So let's move on and make some progress. I know that if your children, anybody wants to read, and then definitely we'll give them a chance. There are so many verses. We only covered something like 230 or 279. So there are plenty of verses to cover. So let me see. There are a couple of text messages here. Okay, yeah, excellent. So I will make sure everyone will be given a chance. So now we'll move on to the 6th chapter. So those who have not read
7th chapter.
Prabhu, 7th chapter.
Chapter 7.
I just wanted to see if you're all awake. So some of you are definitely awake. Yes, so we have Jill Mataji, and then who can I ask? Who hasn't got chance? Jill Mataji. Any of your family members, anybody wants to read? Then they can be given a chance. SK Das, are you there, Prabhu? I don't know what he's doing, but yes. So
Prabhuji, Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Yes.
He is not available, Prabhuji is busy.
Okay, don't worry.
Sorry,
Then.
Prabhuji. Yeah.
How about Sumet Prabhuji?
Yes, so what we'll do is we'll ask Jill Mataji to begin the 7th chapter and read first 15 texts, and Sumedha can complete the chapter. So I will share the screen now.
Hare Krishna.
Haribol, just 1 second, Mataji. Chapter 7, Knowledge of the Absolute. First 15 texts, please.
Yes. Okay. Text 1. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Now hear, O son of Pritha, how by practicing yoga is full consciousness of me, with mind attached to me, you can know me in full free from doubt." Text 2. I shall now declare unto you in full this knowledge, both phenomenal and unanimous. This being known, nothing further shall remain for you to know. Text 3. Out of many thousands among men, one may endeavor for perfection, and of those who have achieved perfection, hardly one knows me in truth. Text 4. Earth, water, fire, air, either mind, intelligence, and false ego, all together, these 8 constitute my separated material energies. Text 5. Besides this, O mighty armed Arjuna, there is another superior energy of mine, which comprises the living entities who are exploiting the resources of this material inferior nature. Text 6. All created beings have these resources in these two natures of all that is material and all that is spiritual in this world. Know, know, know for certain that I am both the origin and the dissolution. Text 7. O conqueror of wealth, there is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me as pearls are strung on the thread. Text 8. O son of Kunti, I am the taste of water, the light of the sun and the moon. The syllable Om is in the Vedic mantras. I am the sound in ether and ability in man. Text 9. I am the original fragrance of the earth and I am the heat in fire. I am the life of I am the life of all that lives and I am the penances of all ancestry. Text 10. O son of Pritha, known that I am the original seed of all existence, the intelligence of the intelligent, and the power, the prowess of all the powerful men. Text 11. I am the strength of the strong, devoid of passion and desire. I am sex life, which is not contrary to religious principles, O Lord of the Bharatas. Arjuna. Text 12. Know that all state of being, be they of goodness, passion, or ignorance, are manifested by my energy. I am in one sense everything, but I am independent. I am not under the modes of material nature, for they, on the contrary, are within me. Text 13. Deluded by the three modes goodness, passion, and ignorance, the whole world does not know me, who am uh, who am above the modes and inexhaustible. Text 14. The divine energy of mind, consisting of three modes of material nature, is different to overcome.
Difficult to overcome.
But it's difficult to overcome. But those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. Text 15. Those miscreants who are grossly foolish, who are lowest among mankind, whose, whose knowledge is stolen by illusion, and who partake of the atheistic nature of demons, do not surrender unto me.
Thank you very much, Jill Mataji. Sumedha, you can complete the 7th chapter, beginning from text 16, please.
Hare Krishna.
Haribol.
O best among the Bharatas, 4 kinds of pious men begin to render devotional service unto me: the distressed, the desirer of wealth, the inquisitive, and he who is searching for the knowledge of the Absolute. Of these, the one who is in full knowledge, and who is always engaged in pure devotional service is the best, for I am very dear to him, and he is dear to me. All these devotees are undoubtedly magnanimous souls, but he who is situated in knowledge of me I consider to be just like my own self. Being engaged in my transcendental service, he is sure to attain me, the highest and most perfect goal. After many births and deaths, he who is actually in knowledge surrenders unto me, knowing me to be the cause of all causes and all that is. Such a great soul is very rare. Those whose intelligence has been stolen by material desires surrender unto the demigods and follow the particular rules and regulations of worship according to their own natures. I am in everyone's heart as the Supersoul. As soon as one desires to worship some demigod, I make his faith steady, so he can devote himself to that particular deity. Endowed with such faith, he endeavors to worship a particular demigod and obtain his desires, but in actuality these benefits are bestowed by me alone. Men of small intelligence worship the demigods, and our fruits are limited and temporary. Those who worship the demigods go to the planet of the demigods, but my devotees ultimately reach my supreme planet. Unintelligent men, who do not know me perfectly, think that I, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, was impersonal before and have now assumed this personality. Due to their small knowledge, they do not know my higher nature, which is imperishable and supreme. I am never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them I am covered by my internal potency, and therefore they do not know that I am unborn and infallible. O Arjuna, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I know everything that has happened in the past, all that is happening in the present, and all things that are yet to come. I also know all living entities, but me no one knows. O sign of Bharata, O conqueror of the foe, all living entities are born into delusion, bewildered by dualities arisen from desire and hate. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. Intelligent persons who are endeavoring for liberation from old age and death take refuge in me in devotional service. They are actually Brahman because they entirely know everything about transcendental activities. Those in full consciousness of me, who know me, the Supreme Lord, to be the governing principle of the material manifestation, of the demigods, and of all methods of sacrifice, can understand and know me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, even at the time of death.
Thank you, Sumit. So now we'll begin chapter 8, and I can see two devotees joined Zoom. New devotees are just joined. So Meenakshi Mataji can begin chapter 8 and read first 14 texts, and
Hare
then
Krishna.
Devarajan Ramamurthy, Ram Prabhu, are you there? Have you disappeared? Okay, he's gone. He's gone. He's gone. And then maybe we can we ask Ram Nityananda Prabhu, Prem Datri Mataji is there? Okay, so you read first 14 Mataji, and then see if nobody's there, I'll just read. So
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
chapter 8, Attaining the Supreme, please.
Arjuna inquired, O my Lord, O Supreme Person, what is Brahman? What is the Self? What are fruitative activities? What is this material manifestation? And what are the demigods? Please explain this to me. Who is the Lord of sacrifice, and how does he live in the body, O Madhusudana? And how can those engaged in devotional service know you at the time of death? The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the indestructible, transcendental living entity is called Brahman, and his eternal nature is called Adhyatma, the Self. Action pertaining to the development of material bodies of the living entities is called karma, or fruitative activities. O best of the embodied beings, the physical nature, which is constantly changing, is called Adhibhuta. The universal forms of the Lord, which includes all the demigods, like those of the sun and the moon, is called Adhidaiva. And I, the Supreme Lord, represented as the Super Soul, is the heart of every embodied being, and called Adi Yajna, the Lord of sacrifice. And whoever at the end of his life quits his body, remembering me alone, at once attains my nature. Oh, there is no doubt. Whatever state of being one remembers when he quits his body, O son of Kunti, that state he will attain without fail. Therefore, Arjuna, you should always think of me in the form of Krishna, and at the same time carry out your prescribed duty of fighting. With your activities dedicated to me and your mind and intelligence fixed on me, you will attain me without doubt. He who meditates on me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his mind constantly engaged in remembering me, undeviated from the path, he, O Pratha, is sure to reach me. One should meditate upon the Supreme Person as the one who knows everything, as he who is the oldest, who is the controller, who is the smaller than the smallest, who is the maintainer of everything, who is beyond all material conception, who is inconceivable, and is always a person. He is luminous like the sun, and he is transcendental beyond this material nature. One who, at the time of death, fixes his life air between the eyebrows, and by the strength of yoga, with an underlying mind, undeviating mind, engages himself in remembering the Supreme Lord in full devotion, will certainly attain to Supreme Personality of Godhead. Persons who are learned in the Vedas, who utter Omkara, and who are great sages in the renounced order, enter into Brahman. Desiring such perfection, one practices celibacy. I shall now briefly explain to you this process by which one may attain salvation. The yogic situation is that of detachment from all sensual engagements, closing all the doors of the senses and fixing the mind on the heart and life air at the top of the head. One establishes himself in yoga. After being situated in this yoga practice and vibrating the sacred syllable Om, the supreme combination of letters, if one thinks of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and quits his body, he will certainly reach the spiritual planets. For one who always remembers me without deviation, I am easy to obtain, O son of Pritha, because of his constant engagement in the devotional service.
Thank you, Mataji. Ram Prabhu, you're back on Zoom. I can see you. If you are ready, you can complete this chapter. Sorry, Ram Prabhu.
Yeah, this is Vijayana Valdas. For the next chapter, 3 members of my family can do.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so Ram Prabhu, can you complete this chapter, please?
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, it's me, Radhika Prabhuji.
Okay. Text 15 onwards.
Yeah. After attaining me, the great souls who are yogis in devotion, 1 minute Prabhuji, I'm just in the never return to this temporary world which is full of miseries, because they have attained the highest perfection. From the highest planet in the material world down to the lowest, all are places of misery wherein repeated birth and death take place. But one who attains to my abode, O God of Kunti, never takes birth again. By human calculation, 1,000 ages taken together form the duration of Brahma's one day, and such also is the duration of his night. At the beginning of Brahma's day, all living entities become manifest from the unmanifest state, and thereafter, when the night falls, they are merged into the unmanifest again. Again and again, when Brahma's day arrives, all the living entities come into being, and with the arrival of Brahma's night, they are helplessly annihilated. Yet there is another unmanifest nature which is eternal and is transcendental to this manifested and unmanifested matter. It is supreme and is never annihilated. When all in this world is annihilated, the part remains as it is. That which the Vedantists describe as unmanifest and infallible, that which is known as the supreme destination, that place from which, having attained it, one never returns. That is my supreme abode. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is greater than all, is attainable by unalloyed devotion. Although he is present in his abode, he is all pervading and everything is situated within him. O best of the Bharatas, I shall now explain to you the different times at which, passing away from this world, the yogi does or does not come back. Those who know the Supreme Brahman attain that Supreme by passing away from the world during the influence of the fiery god. In the light at an auspicious moment of the day, during the fortnight of the waxing moon, or during the 6 months when the sun travels in the north. The mystic who passes away from this world during the smoke, the night, the fortnight of the waning moon, or the 6 months when the sun passes to the south, comes back. According to the Vedic opinion, there are two ways of passing from this world, one in the light and one in darkness. When one passes in light, he does not come back, but when one passes in the darkness, he returns. Although the devotees know these two paths, O Arjuna, they are never bewildered. Therefore, be always fixed in devotion. A person who accepts the path of devotional service is not in the benefit of the results derived from the studying the Vedas, performing sacrifices, undergoing austerities, giving charity, or pursuing philosophical and fruitive activities. Simply by performing devotional service, he attains all these, and at the end, he reaches the supreme eternal abode.
Thank you very much, Radhika Mataji.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
So this text 28 is a famous verse. Prabhupada actually says that this is the summary of both 7th and 8th chapters. If you read the 28, text 28, you will get the essence. What does devotion gives you? A person who accepts the path of devotional service is not bereft of the results derived from study of Vedas. So if you take to devotion, you automatically get the result that is obtained by studying the Vedas, performing sacrifice, undergoing austerities, giving charity, pursuing philosophical things, and pursuing fruitive activities. You will get everything as a byproduct just by taking to devotional service. And at the end, Krishna says that person reaches my abode. So one need not to endeavor to these all other activities to gain some kind of piety by pursuing philosophical or fruitive activities or giving charity or whatever, undergoing penances or anything like that. Just one shot. So everything is achieved. Prabhupada mentioned that this is the summary of 7th and 8th chapters, an important verse. So now we request Brian Lal Prabhu's family to read the 9th chapter. They said 3 of their Prabhu's family members are willing to read this. Over to you, Brian Lal Prabhu.
Thank you very much, Prabhu.
Chapter 9.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjun, because you are never envious of me, I shall impart to you this most confidential knowledge and realization, knowing which you shall be relieved of the miseries of material existence. This knowledge is the king of education, the most secret of all secrets. It's the purest knowledge, and because it gives direct perception of the self by realization, it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting, and it is joyfully performed. Those who are not faithful in this devotional service cannot attain me, O conqueror of enemies. Therefore, they return to the path of birth and death in this material world. By me, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I am not in them. and yet everything that is created does not rest in me. Behold my mystic opulence. Although I am the maintainer of all living entities, and although I am everywhere, I am not a part of this cosmic manifestation, for myself is the very source of creation. Understand that as the mighty wind blowing everywhere rests always in the sky, all creating beings are in me. Beings rest in me. O son of Kunti, at the end of the millennium, all material manifestations enter into my nature, and at the beginning of another millennium, by my potency, I create them again. The whole cosmic order is under me. Under my will, it is automatically manifested again and again, and under my will, it is annihilated at the end. O Dhananjaya, all this work cannot bind me. I am ever detached from all these material activities, seated as though neutral. This material nature, which is one of my energies, is working under my direction, O son of Kunti, producing all moving and non-moving beings. Under its rule, this manifestation is created and annihilated again and again. Fools deride me when I descend in the human form. They do not know my transcendental nature as the supreme Lord of all that be.
Those who are thus bewildered are attracted by demoniac and atheistic views. In that deluded condition, their hopes for liberation, their fruitive activities, and their culture of knowledge are all defeated. O son of Pritha, all those who are not deluded, the great souls, are under the protection of the divine nature. They are fully engaged in devotional service, and because they know me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, original and inexhaustible. Always chanting my glories, endeavoring with great determination, bowing down before me, these great souls perpetually worship me with devotion. Others who engage in sacrifice by the cultivation of knowledge worship the Supreme Lord as the one without a second, as diverse in many and in the universal form. But it is I who am the ritual, I the sacrifice, the offering to the ancestors, the healing herb, the transcendental chant. I am the butter and the fire and the offering. I am the father of this universe, the mother, the support, the grandsire. I am the object of knowledge, purifier, and the syllable Om. I am the Rug, the Sama, and the Yajurvedas. I am the goal, the sustainer, the master, the witness, the abode, the refuge, and the most dear friend. I am the creation and the annihilation, the basis of everything, the resting place and the eternal seed. O Arjuna, I give heat, and I withhold and send forth the rain. I am immortality, and I am also death personified. Both spirit and matter are in me. Those who study the Vedas and drink the Soma juice, seeking the heavenly planets, worship me indirectly. Purified of sinful reactions, they take birth on the pious heavenly planet of Indra, where they enjoy godly delights. When they have thus enjoyed vast heavenly sense pleasure, and the results of their pious activities are exhausted, they return to this mortal planet again. Thus, those who seek sense enjoyment by adhering to the principles of the three Vedas achieve only repeated birth and death. But those who always worship me with exclusive devotion, meditating on my transcendental form, to them I carry what they lack, and I preserve what they have.
Those who are dear devotees of other gods and who worship them with faith actually worship only me, O son of Kunti, but they do so in the wrong way. I am the only enjoyer and master of all sacrifices. Therefore, those who do not recognize my true transcendental nature fall down. Those who worship the demigods will take birth among the demigods. Those who worship their ancestors go to the ancestors. And those who worship ghosts and spirits will take birth among such beings. And those who worship me will live with me. If one offers me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or water, I will accept it. Whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer or give away, and whatever austerities you perform, do that, O son of Kunti, as an offering unto me. In this way, In this way, you will be free from the bondage of work and its auspicious and inauspicious results. With your mind fixed in me, in this principle of renunciation, you will be liberated and come to me. I envy no one, nor am I partial to anyone. I am equal to all, but whoever renders service unto me is in devotion is a friend, is in me, and I am also a friend in him. Even if one commits the most abominable action, if he is engaged in devotional service, he is to be considered saintly because he is properly situated in his determination. He quickly becomes righteous and attains lasting peace. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly that my devotee never perishes. O son of Pritha, those who take shelter in me, though they be of lower birth, women, Vaishyas, and Sudras can attain the supreme destination. How much more this is so of the righteous Brahmanas, the devotees and the saintly kings. Therefore, having come to this temporary miserable world, engage in loving service unto me. Engage your mind always in thinking of me. Become my devotee, offer obeisances to me, and worship me, being completely absorbed in me. Surely you will come to me.
Thank you very much, Sangeeta Mataji.
Haribol.
And Brian Lal Prabhu for reading entire 9th chapter. So it's a good idea, I guess, like maybe we can allocate a chapter to the family, and any family members, all the family members can read. And this is a beautiful chapter entitled King of Knowledge. A very, very beautiful chapter, and there are so many verses, and especially the last verse is the essence of entire Bhagavad Gita. If you want to summarize entire Bhagavad Gita in one text, one shloka, that is text 34. Engage your mind always in thinking of me, Krishna says. Become my devotee, offer obeisances to me, and worship me. Being completely absorbed in me, surely you will come to me. Our acharyas have said that this is the essence of entire Bhagavad Gita in one shloka, one verse. So now we are moving to chapter 10, the absolute, the opulences of the absolute. So now I'm thinking slightly differently, rather than asking each devotee to read so many verses. Maybe now 10 verses we can take turns. Raise your hand or unmute yourself and speak up if you have not got a chance. Our Sarvagna Krishna Prabhu raised his hand and again lowered his hand now, but has anybody hasn't got a chance yet? Okay, so Bhakti is here, and she's telling that she hasn't got a chance. So it's a fair point for me to give her a chance. And you can read first 10 text, Bhakti Devi. Just 1 second. Okay. Yes, go on.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Listen again, O my Srimad Arjuna, because you are my dear friend, for your benefit I shall speak to you further, giving knowledge that is better than what I have already explained. Neither the hosts of demigods nor the great sages know my origin or opulences, for in every respect I am the source of the demigods and sages. He who knows me as the unborn, as the beginningless, as the supreme Lord of all worlds, he only, undiluted among men, is freed from all sins. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, control of the senses,
Truthfulness,
control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness and distress, birth, death, fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy, all these various qualities of living beings are created by me alone. The 7 great sages, and before them the 4 other sages and the Manus, progenitors of mankind, come from me. Born from my mind, and all living beings populating the various plants descend from them. One who is factually convinced of this opulent mystic power of mine and engages in unalloyed devotional service. Of this there is no doubt. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who perfectly know this engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. The thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me. Their lives are fully devoted to my service, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss from always enlightening one another and conversing about me. To those who are constantly devoted to serving me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me.
Thank you, Bhakti Devi. Now we ask Sarvagna Krishna Prabhu to read the next 10 verses, please, beginning from text 11. Are you there? You raised your hand, Sarvagna Krishna Prabhu? Okay. Okay, so no problem. So I'll read from text 11. To show, just one second. To show them special mercy, I, dwelling in their hearts, destroy with the shining lamp of knowledge the darkness born of ignorance. Text 12 and 13. Arjuna said, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the ultimate abode, the purest, the absolute truth. You are the eternal, transcendental, original person, the unborn, the greatest. All the great sages such as Narada, Asita, Devala, and Vyasa confirm this truth about you. And now you yourself are declaring it to me. Text 14, O Krishna, I totally accept as truth all that you have told me. Neither the demigods nor the demons, O Lord, can understand your personality. Text 15, indeed, you alone know yourself by your own internal potency. O Supreme Person, origin of all, Lord of all beings, God of gods, Lord of the universe. Text 16. Please tell me in detail of your divine opulences by which you pervade all these worlds. Text 17. O Krishna, O Supreme Mystic, how shall I constantly think of you? And how shall I know you? In what various forms are you to be remembered, O Supreme Personality of Godhead? Text 18, O Janardana, again please describe in detail the mystic power of your opulences. I am never satiated in hearing about you. For the more I hear, the more I want to taste the nectar of your words. Text 19, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, yes, I will tell you of my splendorous manifestations, but only of those who are prominent, O Arjuna, for my opulence is limitless. Text 20, I am the super soul, O Arjuna, seated in hearts of all living entities. I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all beings. Okay, so now probably I will go back and ask other. Let me just see a couple of text messages are coming here. What are people saying? I don't know. Okay. Yes, let me know who would like to read. Then I will give an opportunity to them.
Shall I read?
Yes, thank you, Lalita Preeti. From text 21.
From text one, Hare Krishna. Of the Adityas, I am Vishnu. Of lights, I am radiant sun. Of Maruts, I am Marichi. And among the stars, I am the moon. Of the Vedas, I am the Samaveda. Of the demigods, I am Indra, the king of heaven. Of the senses, I am the mind. And in living beings, I am the driving force, consciousness. Of the Rudras, I am Lord Shiva. Of the Yakshas and Rakshasas, I am Lord of Wealth, Kuvera. Of the Vasus, I am fire, Agni. And of mountains, I am Meru. Of priests, O Arjuna, know me to be the chief Brihaspati. Of generals, I am Kartikeya. And of bodies of water, I am the ocean. Of the great sages, I am Bhrigu. Of vibrations, I am the transcendental Om. Of sacrifices, I am the chanting of the holy name Japa. And of immovable things, I am the Himalayas. Of all trees, I am the banyan tree, and of the sages among the demigods, I am Narada. Of the Gandharvas, I am Chitraratha, and among perfected beings, I am the sage Kapila. Of horses, know me to be Uchchaishrava, produced during the churning of the ocean for nectar. Of lordly elephants, I am Airavata, and among men, I am the monarch. Of weapons, I am the thunderbolt. Among cows, I am the Surabhi. Of causes for procreation, I am Kandarpa, the god of love. And of serpents, I am Vasuki. Of the many hooded Nagas, I am Ananta. And among aquatics, I am the demigod Varuna. Of departed ancestors, I am Aryama. And among the dispensers of law, I am Yama, the lord of death. Among the Daityas, among Daitya demons, I am devoted Prahlada. Among subduers, I am time. Among beasts, I am the lion. And among birds, I am Garuda.
Another verse, please.
Of purifiers, I am wind. Of the wielders of weapon, I am Rama. Of fishes, I am the shark. And of flowing rivers, I am the Ganges.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Sarvagna Krishna, are you there? You unmuted your mic a few times, raised your hand, and we never catch you, unable to catch you. Sarvagna Krishna? Okay. No problem. And there is a problem, I guess. Yes. So, okay. Now I'm going back. Now I'll ask Niru Mataji. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Hare Krishna. Of letters, I am letter A. Amongst the compound words, I am the dual compound. I am also inexhaustible times. I am the creator. I am Brahma. I am all devouring death, and I am the generating principle of all that is yet to be. Amongst women, I am fame, fortune, fine speech, memory, intelligence, steadfastness, and patience. Of the hymns in the Samaveda, I am the Bharat Sama, and of poets, I am the Gayatri. Of months, I am
Margashirsha.
Margashri, November, December. Of the seasons, I am flower-bearing spring.
Yes, carry on.
I am also the
Gambling.
of cheats, and of the splendid, I am the splendor. I am victory. I am adventure. I am the strength of the strong. 37. Of the descendants of Vishnu, I am Vasudev, and of the Pandavas, I am Arjun. Of the sages, I am
Vyasa.
Vyasa. Oh, Vyasa, okay. Of the sages, I am Vyasa, and amongst great thinkers, I am
Ushana.
Usha. Amongst all means of the suppressing lawlessness, I am the publishment, and of those who speak victory, I am the mortality. Of of the secret
Morality.
thing, of the secret things I am silence, and of the wise I am wisdom. Furthermore, O Arjun, I am the generating seed of all existence. There is no being, moving or non-moving, that can exist without me. Almighty conqueror of enemies, there is no end to my divine manifestation. What I have spoken to you is but a mere indication of my infinite opulence. Know that all opulence, beauty, and glorious creations springs from but a spark of my splendor. But what need is there, Arjun, for all this detailed knowledge? With a single fragment of myself I pervade the
And support.
pervade and support this entire universe.
Thank you very much, Niru Mataji. Hare Krishna. So we have completed 10 chapters. This is the chapter entitled Opulences of the Absolute. And there are 4 seed verses in this chapter. These are the 4 seed verses, very important. Text 8, text 9, text 10 to 11. So basically, he sums up entire this chapter in text 8. Basically, Krishna says that I'm the source of spiritual and material worlds. In one sentence, everything is finished. Krishna says that, okay, everything that you see and that you can't see also, I am the source, Krishna says. And that's the text 8, 9, 10, and 11 are the seed verses. Our Acharya say that Bhagavad Gita in 4 verses. So if you want to go and read those 4 verses again and read the purports, that would be nice. So now I will move on to chapter 11. This is the universal form. So there are 55 verses. What I'll do is I'll ask our Govinda Prabhu to read first 22 verses.
How many verses?
I beg your pardon?
How many? 20?
22, please.
Okay. Arjuna said, by my hearing the instruction you have kindly given me about these most confidential spiritual subjects, my illusion has now been dispelled. O lotus-eyed one, I have heard from you in details about the appearance and disappearance of every living entity and have realized your inexhaustible glories. O greatest of all personalities, O supreme form, though I see you here before me in your actual position, and you have described yourself, I wish to see you how you have entered into this cosmic manifestation. I want to see that form of yours. If you think that I'm able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, O Master of all mystic powers, then kindly show me that unlimited universal self. The Supreme Personality of God has said, my dear Arjuna, O son of Pritha, see now my opulences, hundreds and thousands of very divine and multicolored forms. O best of the Bharatas, see here the different manifestation of Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Ashwin Kumaras, and all the other demigods. Behold the many wonderful things which no one has ever seen or heard of before. O Arjuna, whatever you wish to see, behold at once in this body of mine. This universal form can show you whatever you want to desire to see and whatever you may want to see in the future. Everything moving and non-moving is here completely in one place. But you cannot see me with your present eyes. Therefore, I give you divine eyes. Behold my mystic opulence. Sanjaya said, O king, having spoken thus, the Supreme Lord of all mystic powers, the personality of Godhead, displayed his universal form to Arjuna. Arjuna saw in that universal form unlimited mouth, unlimited eyes, unlimited wonderful visions. The form was decorated with many celestial ornaments and bore many divine upraised weapons. It wore celestial garlands and garments, and many divine scents were smeared over his body. All was wonderful, brilliant, unlimited, all expanding. If hundreds and thousands of suns were to rise at once into the sky, their radiance may resemble the effulgence of the Supreme Person in that universal form. At that time, Arjuna could see in the universal form of the Lord the unlimited expansion of the universe situated in one place, although divided into many, many thousands. Then, bewildered and astonished, his hair standing on end, Arjuna bowed his head to offer obeisances and with folded hands began to pray to the Supreme Lord. Arjuna said, My dear Lord Krishna, I see assembled in your body all the demigods and various other living entities. I see Brahma sitting on the lotus flower, as well as Lord Shiva and all the sages and divine serpents. O Lord of O Lord of the universe, O universal form, I see in your body many arms, bellies, mouth, and eyes expanded everywhere, without limit. I see in you no end, no middle, and no beginning. Your form is difficult to see because of its glaring effulgence, spreading on all sides like blazing fire or immeasurable radiance of the sun. Yet I see this glowing form everywhere, adorned with various crowns, clubs, and desks. You are the supreme primal objective. You are the unlimited resting place of all this universe. You are inexhaustible and you are the oldest. You are the maintainer of the eternal religion, the personality of Godhead. This is my opinion. You are without origin, middle, or end. Your glory is unlimited. You have numberless arms, and the sun and moon are your eyes. I see you with blazing fire coming from your mouth, burning this entire universe by your own radiance. Although you are one, you spread throughout the sky and planets and all the spaces between. O great one, seeing this wondrous and terrible form, all the planetary system are perturbed. All the hosts of demigods are surrendering before you and entering into you. Some of them, very much afraid, are offering prayers with folded hands. Hosts of great sages and perfected beings, crying all peace, are praying to you by singing the Vedic hymns. All the various manifestations of Lord Shiva, the Adityas, the Vasus, the Sadyas, and Vishwadevas, the two Ashvis, the Maruts, the forefathers, the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Asuras, and the perfected demigods are beholding you in wonder. Almighty armed one, all the planets with their demigods are disturbed at seeing your great form. with its many faces, eyes, arms, sides, legs, and bellies, and your many troubled teeth. And as they are disturbed, so I am.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajkumar Govinda Prabhu. Let's see whether Sarvagna still raised his hand. What is he doing? Let's see. Is he still there? He wants.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you eventually. And thank you very much.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
Prabhuji.
so beginning from text 24 onwards, Prabhu.
Yeah.
I'll stop you.
Oh, all pervading Vishnu, seeing you with your many radiant colors, touching the sky, your grasping mouth and your great glowing eyes. My mind is perturbed by fear. I can no longer maintain my steadiness or equilibrium of mind. O Lord of Lords, O Refugee of worlds, please be gracious to me. I cannot keep my balance, seeing thus your blazing death-like faces of full teeth in all directions. I am bewildered. All the sons of Dhritarashtra, along with their allied kings, and Bhishma, Drona, Karna, and our chief soldiers also are rushing into your fearful mouth, and some I see trapped with the heads smashed between your teeth. As the many waves of the rivers flow into the ocean, so do all the great warriors enter blazing into your mouth. I see all the people rushing full speed into your mouth as moths dash to the destruction in the blazing fire. O Vishnu, I see you are devouring all people from all sides with your failing mouth, uh, covering all the universes with your effulgence. You are the manifest with terrible scorching rays. O Lord of Lords, so fierce of your form, please tell me who you are. I offer my obeisances unto you. Please breathe gracious of me. You are primeval Lord. I want to know about you, for I do not know what your mission is. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, time I am the greatest destroyer of the world and have come to destroy all the people with the exception of you, the Pandavas. All the soldiers here on the both sides will be slain. Thus get up, prepare to fight and win glory, conquer your enemies and enjoy the flourishing kingdom. They are already put to death by my arrangement, and you, O Sabyasachi, can but at instrument in the fight. Drona, Bhishma, Jaras, Jayadratha, Karna, and other great warriors have already been destroyed by me. Therefore, kill them and do not be disturbed. Simply fight. You will vanquish your enemies in the battle. Sanjaya said to Dhritarashtra, O king, after hearing those words from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the trembling Arjuna offered obeisances with folded hands again and again. He fearfully spoke to Lord Krishna in the flattering voice as follows. Arjuna said, O master of the senses, the world becomes joyful upon hearing your name. Thus everyone becomes attached to you. Although the perfected beings offer their full homages, the demons are afraid. They flee here and there. All this is rightly done. O great one, great, greater even than Brahma, you are the original creator. Why then should they not offer their respectful obeisances to you? O limitless one, God of gods, refuge of the universe, you are the incredible source, the cause of all causes, transcendental to the material manifestation. You are the original personality of Godhead, the oldest and ultimate century of the manifested uh, cosmic world. You are the knower of everything. You are all the knowable. You are the supreme above the material modes. O timeless form, the whole cosmic manifestation is pervaded by you. Shall I continue, Prabhuji?
Yes, go until text 40, please.
Yeah. You are the air. You, you are the supreme controller. You are the Holy One. You are the moon. You are the Brahma, the first being. You are the great grandfather. Therefore, offer my respectful obeisances on the 2000 times and again and yet again. Obeisances to you from the front.
We can't hear you properly.
Obeisances to you from the front, from the behind, from all sides. O unbound power, you are the master of life. You are the all and thus you are everything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Now, I will have to request someone else who had already read. Ramni Chandra Prabhu, is anyone else from your family wants to read out? Okay, leave it there then. So, yes, Damarulas Prabhu, you raised your hand. Are you still there?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Yeah, please, can you complete the chapter from
40, from which one? From 43,
41,
is it?
41?
From 41, 41, 42, yes. 41, text 41 and 42. Thinking of you as my friend, I have rashly addressed you, O Krishna, O Yadava, O my friend, not knowing your glories. Please forgive whatever I may have done, in madness or in love. I have dishonored you many times, jesting as we relaxed, lay on the same bed, or sat or ate together, sometimes alone and sometimes in front of many friends. O infallible one, please excuse me for all those offenses. Text 43. You are the father of this complete cosmic manifestation of the moving and the non moving. You are its worshipable chief, the supreme spiritual master. No one is greater than you, nor can anyone be one with you. How then could there be anyone greater than you within the three worlds, O Lord of the O Lord of immeasurable power? Text 44. You are the supreme Lord, to be worshipped by every living being. Thus I fall down to offer you my respectful obeisances and ask your mercy. As a father tolerates the impudence of his son, or friend, the impertinence of a friend, or a husband, familiarity of his wife, please tolerate the wrongs I may have done you. After seeing this universal form, which I have never seen before, I am gladdened, but at the same time, my mind is disturbed with fear. Therefore, please bestow your grace upon me and reveal again your form as personality of Godhead, or Lord of Lords, or Abode of the universe, or universal form, O thousand armed ones, armed Lord. I wish to see you in your four-armed form, with helmeted head and with club, wheel, conch, and lotus flower in your hands. I long to see you in that form. Takes the the Supreme Personality of Godhead said. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "My dear Arjuna, happily have I
Shown.
Yeah, okay. Happily have I shown you my internal potency, this supreme universal form within the material world. No one before you has ever seen this primal form unlimited and full of glaring effulgence. O best of the best of the Kuru warriors, no one before you has ever seen this universal form of mine, for neither by studying the Vedas, nor by performing sacrifices, nor by charity, nor by pious activities, nor by severe penances can I be seen in this form in the material world. You have been perturbed and bewildered by seeing this horrible feature of mine. Now let it be finished. My devotee, be free again from all disturbances. With a peaceful mind, you can now see the form you desire. Sanjay said to Dhritarashtra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, having spoken thus to Arjuna, displayed his real four-armed form and at last showed his two-armed forms, thus encouraging the fearful Arjuna. When Arjuna thus saw Krishna in his original form, he said, O Janardana, seeing this human-like form so very beautiful, I am now composed in mind and I am restored to my original nature. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, my dear Arjuna, this form of mine you are now seeing is very difficult to behold. Even the demigods are ever seeking the opportunity to see this form, which is so dear. The form you are seeing with your the form you are seeing with your transcendental eyes cannot be understood simply by studying the Vedas, nor by undergoing serious penances, nor by charity, nor by worship. It is not by these means one can see me as I am. My dear Arjuna, only by undivided devotional service can I be understood as ending, I'm standing before you and can thus be seen directly. Only in this way can you enter into the mysteries of my understanding. My dear Arjuna, he who engages in my pure devotional service, free from the contamination of fruitive activities and mental speculation, he who works for me, who makes me the supreme goal of his life, and who is friendly to every living being, he certainly comes to me. Thus ends the chapter 11, the universal form.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Hare
Thank you
Krishna.
very much, Damavilas Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah, so in this chapter, as you all know, that Krishna showed his universal form to Arjun for two reasons. One is to prove Krishna to be God. If someone questions that whether Krishna is God or not, then you can see here. So that's one point to show that Krishna is the God. Secondly, if someone else claimed to be God, then they have to show the universal form. So these are the main two reasons why Krishna showed universal form to Arjuna. And the last verse of this chapter is a very important text. 55 is a really important text. So how one can go to Krishna? He says, engage in pure devotional service, free from contamination of fruity activities, mental speculation, and working from Krishna and making Krishna to be the supreme goal, and considering Krishna to be friend and being friendly with every living being. So he certainly comes to me. Okay, so now we will request Bhuneshwar Mataji's family, they can complete the 12th chapter. I will just share the screen.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna,
Chapter 12.
12.
Devotional Service. Text 1. Arjun inquired, which are considered to be more perfect, those who are always properly engaged in your devotional service, or those who worship the impersonal Brahman, the unmanifested? Text 2. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, those who fix their minds on my personal form and are always engaged in worshipping me with great and transcendental faith are considered by me to be most perfect. Text 3:4. But those who fully worship the unmanifested, that which lies beyond the perception of the senses, the all-pervading, inconceivable, unchanging, fixed and immovable, the impersonal conception of the absolute truth, by controlling the various senses and being equally disposed to everyone, such persons engaged in the welfare of all at last achieve me. Text 5. For those whose minds are attached to the unmanifested, impersonal feature of the Supreme, advancement is very troublesome. To make progress in that discipline is always difficult for those who are embodied. Text 6 and 7. But those who worship me, giving up all their activities unto me, and being devoted to me without deviation, engaged in devotional service, and always meditating upon me, having fixed their minds upon me, O son of Partha, for them I am the swift deliverer from the ocean of birth and death. Text 8. Just fix your mind upon me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and engage all your intelligence in me. Thus you will live in me always, without a doubt. Text 9. My dear Arjun, O winner of wealth, if you cannot fix your mind upon me without deviation, then follow the regulative principles of Bhakti Yoga. In this way, develop a desire to attain me. Text 10. If you cannot practice the regulations of Bhakti Yoga, then just try to work for me, because by working for me, you will come to the perfect state.
To complete the chapter.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. If, text 11, if however you are unable to walk in this consciousness of me, then try to act giving up all results of your work and try to be self-situated. Text 12, if you cannot take to this practice, then engage yourself in the cultivation of knowledge. Better than knowledge, however, is meditation, and better than meditations is reunifications of the fruits of action. For such reunification,
For by such renunciation,
one can attain peace of mind. Text 13 and 14. One who is not envious but is a kind friend to all living entities, who does not think himself a proprietor and is free from false ego, who is equal in both happiness and distress, who is tolerant, always satisfied, self-controlled, and engaged in devotional service with determinations, his mind and intelligence fixed on me. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. Text 15. He, he by he by whom no one is put into difficulty and who is not disturbed by anyone, who is equipoised in happiness and distress, fear and anxiety, is very dear to me. Text 16. My devotee, who is not dependent on the ordinary course of activities, who is pure expert without cares, free from all pains, and not striving for some result, is very dear to me. Text 17. One who neither rejoices nor grieves, who neither laments nor desires, and who renounces both auspicious and inauspicious things. Such a devotee is very dear to me. Text 18 and 19. One who is equal to friends and enemies, who is equipoised in honor and dishonor, heat and cold, happiness and distress, fame and infamy, who is always free from contaminating association, always silent and satisfied with anything, who doesn't care for any residence, who is fixed in knowledge and who is engaged in devotional service. Such a person is very dear to me. Those who follow this imperishable path of devotional service and who completely engage themselves with faith, making me the supreme goal, are very, very dear to me. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Praneshwar Prabhu, thank you very much. And so we have completed 12 chapters. I think it's time to take a little break. So we will come back at exactly 4 o'clock. So I will still, the Zoom call will continue, but you can go and take a little break and come back at 4 o'clock, and we'll begin the recitation. And this chapter is entitled Devotional Service. And as you can see that Krishna lists a number of qualities. Sometimes, if you want to attract Krishna's attention, let's look at these qualities. Krishna says, such and such a devotee is very dear to me. Such and such devotee is very dear to me. Such devotee having these qualities is very dear to me. Read those qualities beginning from text 12 till the end. He lists around 45 qualities, beginning from Adveshta Sarvabhutana. So if you want to attract, if you want to be a close friend of Krishna, and then we should try and develop these qualities, some of these qualities. So Hare Krishna, we got 8 minutes exactly. So I'll stop here and we'll come back at 4 o'clock. Hare Krishna.
Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Bhagavati Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhara, Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda, Bhagavati Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Bhaja Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Krishna
We can't hear you, Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna,
Can't
sorry,
hear.
I'm muted. I'm sorry. Hare Krishna, everyone. Welcome back. If Radha Mohan Prabhu is there, he may begin the 13th chapter. Are you there, Radha Mohan Prabhu? Okay, so I can't hear him.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Who is that?
Me, Pavan wants to read, Prabhuji.
Okay, Pawan, and that's fine. Okay, so you can read 12 verses from 13th chapter. Chapter 13, nature, the enjoyer, and the consciousness. Pavan.
Hare Krishna. So Arjuna said, "Oh my dear Krishna, I wish to know about Prakriti, nature, Purusha, the enjoyer, and the field and the knower of the field, and the knowledge of the object of knowledge." The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "This body, O son of Kunti, is called the field, and one who knows this body is called the knower of the field." Text 3. O scion of Bharata, what you should understand that I am also the knower in all bodies, and to understand this body and its knower is called knowledge. That is my opinion. Now please hear my brief description of the field of activity and how it's constituted, what its changes are, hence it is produced, who that knower of the field of activities is, and what his influences are. The knowledge of the field of activities and of the knower of activities is described by various sages in various Vedic writings. It is especially presented in Vedanta Sutra with all reasoning as to cause and effect. The five great elements, false ego, intelligence, and unmanifested 10 senses, and the mind, the five sense objects, desire, hatred, happiness, distress, and aggregate, the life symptoms and convictions, all these are considered in summary to be the field of activities and its interactions. Humility, pridelessness, non-violence, tolerance, simplicity, approaching a bona fide spiritual master, cleanliness, steadiness, self-control, renunciation, and the objects of sense gratification, abundance of false ego, the perception of evil of birth, death, old age, and disease, detachment, freedom from entanglement with children, wife, home, and the rest, even-mindedness, amid pleasant and unpleasant events, constant and unalloyed devotion to me, aspiring to live in a solitary place, detachment from the general mass of people, accepting the importance of self-realization and philosophical search for the absolute truth. All these I declare to be knowledge, and besides this, whatever there may be is ignorance.
Okay, continue. I'll stop. Maybe you can go until text 18. I've changed my mind. Yeah. Okay.
I shall now explain the knowable, knowing which you will taste it, the eternal Brahman, the spirit beginningless and subordinate to me, lies beyond the cause and effect of this material world. Everywhere are his hands and legs, his eyes, heads, and faces, and he has ears everywhere. In this way, the super soul exists, pervading everything. The super soul is the original source of all senses, yet he is without senses. He is unattached, although he is the maintainer of living beings. He transcends the modes of nature, and at the same time he is the master of the modes of material nature. The supreme truth exists outside and inside of the living beings, the moving and non-moving, because he is subtle. He is beyond the power of the material senses to see or to know. Although far away, he is also near to all. Although the super soul appears to be divided among all beings, he is never divided. He is situated as one. Although he is the maintainer of every living entity, it is understood that he devours and develops all. He is the source of light in the illuminations objects. He is beyond the darkness of. He is beyond the darkness of matter and is unmanifested. He is knowledge. He is the object of knowledge, and he is the goal of knowledge. He is situated in everyone's heart.
Thank you, Pawan. Can I request Meenakshi Mataji if she's there?
Hare Krishna Prabhu, are you asking me?
Yes, Mataji.
Okay, Hare Krishna. Going to text 19. Thus the field of activities, the body, the knowledge, and the knowledge knowable, have been summarily described by me. Only my devotees can understand this thoroughly and thus attain to my nature. Material nature and the living entities should be understood to be benignless. Their transformations and the modes of matter are product of matter of material nature. Text 21. Nature is said to be the cause of all material causes and effects, whereas the living entity is the cause of the various sufferings and enjoyments in this world. Text 22. The living entity in material nature thus follows the ways of life, enjoying the three modes of nature. This is due to his association with that material nature. Thus, he meets with good and evil among various species. Text 23. Yet in his body there is another, a transcendental enjoyer, who is the Lord, the supreme proprietor, who exists as the overseer and permitter, and who is known as the super soul. Text 24. One who understands this philosophy concerning material nature, the living entity, and the interaction of the modes of nature is sure to attain liberation. He will not take birth here again, regardless of his present position. Text 25. Some perceive the super soul within themselves through meditation, others through the cultivation of knowledge, and still others through working without fruitive desires. Text 26. Again, there are those who, although not conversant in spiritual knowledge, begin to worship the Supreme Person upon hearing about him from others. Because of their tendency to hear from authorities, they also transcend the path of birth and death. Text 27. O chief of the Bhartas, know that whatever you see in existence, both the moving and the non-moving, is only a combination of the field of activities and the knower of the field. Text 28. One who sees the super soul accompanying the individual soul in all bodies, and who understands that neither the soul nor the super soul within the destructible body is ever destroyed, actually sees. Text 29. One who sees the super soul equally present everywhere in every living being does not degrade himself by his mind, thus he approaches the transcendental destination. Text 30. One who can see that all activities are performed by the body, which is created of material nature, and sees that the self does nothing, actually sees. Text 31. When a sensible man ceases to see different identities due to different material bodies, and he sees how beings are expanded everywhere, he attains to the Brahman conception. Text 32. Those within the vision of eternity, those with the vision of eternity can see that the imperishable soul is transcendental, eternal, and beyond the modes of nature. Despite contact with the material body, O Arjuna, the soul neither does anything nor is entangled. Text 33. The sky, due to its subtle nature, does not mix with anything, although it is all-pervading. Similarly, the soul, situated in Brahman vision, does not mix with the body, though situated in that body. Text 34. O son of Bharata, as the sun alone illuminates all this universe, so does the living entity, one within the body, illuminates the entire body by consciousness. Text 35. Those who see with eyes of knowledge the difference between the body and the knower of the body, and and can also understand the process of liberation from bondage in material nature, attain to the supreme goal.
Thank you, Meenakshi Mataji.
Haribol.
This is a little technical chapter, but the essence is that one who understands that there is a soul and there is a super soul, and there is field of activities. This material world is field of activities. This body is also field of activities, and one who knows these three: soul, super soul, and the field of activities, then one will achieve liberation. And in this chapter, it is also mentioned clearly that sometimes the impersonalists say that there is no super soul, but here it is said in text 22. You can read that there is another. In text 23. Yet in this body there is another transcendental enjoyer. It is clearly mentioned. This verse is very often quoted, that there is another person as well. Sometimes people say that there is no super soul, there's only soul. But this verse clearly says, text 23. Okay, so let's move on. 14th chapter, I need 2 volunteers. So who should I ask? So just wondering, Sumadhur Radhika Mataji, are you there?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Thank you very much, Mataji, for quick response. And can I request you to read first 15 verses, please?
Sure. The 3 modes of material nature. Text 1. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Again I shall declare to you this supreme wisdom, the best of all knowledge, knowing which all the sages have attained the supreme perfection. By becoming fixed in this knowledge, one can attain to the transcendental nature like my own. Thus established, one is not born at the time of creation or disturbed at the time of dissolution. The total material substance, called Brahman, the total material substance called Brahman is the source of birth, and it is that Brahman that I impregnate, making possible the births of all living beings, O son of Bharata. It should be understood that all species of life, O son of Kunti, are made possible by birth in this material nature, and that I am the seed-giving father. Material nature consists of 3 modes: goodness, passion, and ignorance. When the eternal living entity comes in contact with nature, O mighty armed Arjuna, he becomes conditioned by these modes. O sinless one, the mode of goodness, being purer than the others, is illuminating, and it frees one from all sinful reactions. Those situated in that mode become conditioned by a sense of happiness and knowledge. The mode of passion is born of unlimited desires and longings, O son of Kunti, and because of this, the embodied living entity is bound to material fruitive actions. O son of Bharata, know that the mode of darkness, born of ignorance, is the delusion of all embodied living entities. The results of this mode are madness, indolence, and sleep, which bind the conditioned soul. O son of Bharata, the mode of goodness conditions one to happiness, passion conditions one to fruitive action, and ignorance, covering one's knowledge, binds one to madness. Sometimes the mode of goodness becomes prominent, defeating the modes of passion and ignorance, O son of Bharata. Sometimes the mode of passion defeats goodness and ignorance, and at other times ignorance defeats goodness and passion. In this way, there is always competition for supremacy. The manifestation of the mode of goodness can be experienced when all the gates of the body are illuminated by knowledge. O chief of the Bharatas, when there is an increase in the mode of passion, the symptoms of great attachment, fruitive activities, intense endeavor, and uncontrollable desire and hankering develop. When there is an increase in the mode of ignorance, O son of Guru, darkness, inertia, madness, and illusion are manifested. When one dies in the mode of goodness, he attains to the pure, higher planets of the great sages. When one dies in the mode of passion, he takes birth among those engaged in fruitive activities. And when one dies in the mode of ignorance, he takes birth in the animal kingdom.
Thank you, Sumadhur Radhika Matai. Fantastic reading. Shailesh Prabhu, can you please complete the chapter beginning from text 1?
Yeah.
Text 16, Prabhu.
Yes. Yeah, we can hear that. Haridev wants to read.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Yes, sir.
The result of pious action is pure and is said to be in the mode of goodness. But action done in the mode of passion results in misery, and action performed in the mode of ignorance results in foolishness. From the mode of goodness, real knowledge develops. From the mode of passion, greed develops. And from the mode of ignorance develops foolishness, madness, and illusion. Those situated in the mode of goodness gradually go upward to the higher planets. Those in the mode of passion lives on the earthly planets, and those in the abominable mode of ignorance go down to the hellish worlds. When one properly sees that in all activities no other performers is at work than these modes of nature, and he knows the Supreme Lord, who is transcendental to all these modes, he attains my spiritual nature. When the embodied being is able to transcend these three modes associated with the material body, he can become free from birth, death, old age, and their distress, and can enjoy nectar even in this life. Arjuna inquired, O my dear Lord, by which symptoms is one known who is transcendental to these three modes? What is his behavior, and how does he transcend the modes of nature? The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O son of Pandu, he who does not hate illumination, attachment, and delusion when they are present, or long for them when they disappear, who is unwavering and undisturbed through all these reactions of the material qualities, remaining neutral and transcendental, knowing that the modes alone are active, who is situated in the self and regards alike happiness and distress, who looks upon a lump of earth, a stone, and a piece of gold with an equal eye, who is equal toward the desirable and the undesirable, who is steady, situated equally well in praise and blame, honor and dishonor, who treats alike both friend and enemy, and who has renounced all material activities. Such a person is said to have trans, transi- transcended the modes of nature. One who engages in full devotional service, unfailing in all circumstances, at once transcends the mode of material nature and thus comes to the level of Brahman. And I am the basis of the impersonal Brahman, which is immortal, imperishable, and eternal, and is the constitutional position of ultimate happiness. Thus ends the Bhakti Vedanta purport of the 14th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita in the matter of three modes of material nature. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Prabhu. This is a very, again, technical chapter. Everyone is very familiar with the chapter. So three modes affects us and forces us to act in such a way: goodness, passion, and ignorance. But the mantra is given in text 26. How can one transcend the three modes? How can they cut the three modes? Simply by doing devotion. In text 26, Prabhupada often quotes this verse, that just by engaging in devotional service, one will transcend the three modes of material nature. That is the mantra for three modes. Hare Krishna. Next, we'll move on to 15th chapter. Radhamohan Prabhu, are you available to read? Okay, no response. And Sandhya Mataji, no.
Okay, Prabhu, I'll read.
Yes, 10 verses, please. 10.
Okay, Prabhu, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
The Yoga of the Supreme Person. Text 1. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, it is said that there is an imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and its branches down, and whose leaves are the Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. Text 2. The branches of this tree extend downwards and upwards, nourished by the three modes of material nature. The twigs are the objects of the senses. This tree also has roots going down, and these are bound through the fruitative actions of human society. Text 3 and 4. The real form of this tree cannot be perceived in this world. No one can understand where it ends, where it begins, or where its foundations is. But with determination, one must cut down this strongly rooted tree with a weapon of detachment. Thereafter, one must seek that place from which, having gone, one never returns, and their surrender to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, from whom everything began, and from whom everything has extended since time immemorial. Text 5. Those who are free from false prestige, illusion, and false association, who understand the eternal, who are done with material lust, who are freed from the duality of happiness and distress, and who, unbewildered, know how to surrender unto the Supreme Person, attain to that eternal kingdom. Text 6. That supreme abode of mine is not illumined by the sun or moon, nor by fire or electricity. Those who reach it never return to this material world. Text 7. The living entities in this conditioned world are my eternal fragmental parts. Due to conditioned life, they are struggling very hard and the six senses, which include the mind. Text 8. The living entity in the material world carries his different conceptions of life from one body to another, as the air carries aromas. Thus he takes one kind of body and again quits it to the other. Text 9. The living entity, thus taking another gross body, obtains a certain type of ear, eye, tongue, nose, and sense of touch, which are grouped about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular set of sense objects. Text 10. The foolish cannot understand how a living entity can quit his body, nor can they understand what sort of body he enjoys under the spell of the modes of nature. But one whose eyes are trained in knowledge can see all this.
Thank you,
Hare
ma'am.
Krishna.
Thank you. Philip Ramlal Prabhu, are you available to read? Okay. Uh, Sandhya Mataji, maybe you can complete the chapter. That's the best option.
All right, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Text 11. The endeavoring transcendentalists who are situated in self-realization can see all this clearly, but those whose minds are not developed and who are not situated in self-realization cannot see what is taking place, though they may try. Text 12. The splendor of the sun, which dissipates the darkness of this whole world, comes from me, and the splendor of the moon and the splendor of fire are also from me. Text 13. I enter into each planet, and by my energy they stay in orbit. I become the moon and thereby supply the juice of life to all vegetables. Text 14. I am the fire of digestion in the bodies of all living entities, and I join with the air of life, outgoing and incoming, to digest the four kinds of foodstuffs. Text 15. I'm seated in everyone's heart, and from me come remembrance, knowledge, and forgetfulness. By all the Vedas I am to be known. Indeed, I am the compiler of the Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas. Text 16. There are two classes of beings, the fallible and the infallible. In the material world, every living entity is fallible, and in the spiritual world, every living entity is called infallible. Text 17. Besides these two, there is the greatest living personality, the supreme soul, the imperishable Lord himself, who has entered the three worlds and is maintaining them. Text 18. Because I am transcendental beyond both the fallible and the infallible, and because I am the greatest, I am celebrated both in the world and in the Vedas as that supreme person. Text 19. Whoever knows me as the supreme personality of Godhead without doubting is the knower of everything. He therefore engages himself in full devotional service to me, O son of Partha. Text 20. This is the most confidential part of the Vedic scriptures, O sinless one, and it is disclosed now by me. Whoever understands this will become wise, and his endeavor will know perfection. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Sanda Mataji. Next 16th chapter, I request Ujjwal Mani Mataji's family, they can read. But before that, just let me quickly just highlight one or 2 points from this chapter. Text 15 is often quoted by Prabhupada. Text 15 says that where Krishna says that he is seated in everyone's heart, and from him comes knowledge, remembrance, forgetfulness. And the most important point is that from all the Vedas, Krishna to be known. Sometimes people read Vedas and they
read 10 and then you read.
So their goal is different. Yes. And so Prabhupada often quoted this verse, Vedaicha Sarvam Mahame Vedyo. Krishna says that from all the Vedas I am to be known. So the essence of all the Vedas, the goal of all the Vedas to know is Krishna. And text 16, 17, 18, they are called three shloki Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita in 3 verses. So you can read those 16, 17, and 18. So now 16th chapter entitled Divine and Demonic Natures. So we request Ujjwal Mani Mataji family to read these 24 verses between Nishaji and Ujjwal Mani Mataji.
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Text 1 and 2, 1 and 3. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, fearlessness, purification of one's existence, cultivation of spiritual knowledge, charity, self-control, performance of sacrifices, study of the Vedas, austerity, simplicity, non-violence, truthfulness, freedom from anger, renunciation, tranquility, aversions. 2. Fault finding, compassion for all living entity, freedom from covetousness, gentleness, modesty, steady determination, vigor, forgiveness, fortunate, cleanliness, and freedom from envy and from the passion for honor. These transcendental qualities, O son of Bharata, belongs to godly man endowed with divine nature. Text 4. Pride, arrogance, conceit, anger, harshness, and ignorance. These qualities belongs to those of demoniac nature, O son of Pritha. Text 5. The transcendental qualities are conducive to liberation, whereas the demoniac qualities make for bondage. Do not worry, O son of Pandu, for you are born with the divine qualities. Text 6. O son of Pritha, in this world there are 2 kinds of created beings. One is called divine and the other demoniac. I have already explained to you at length the divine quality. Now hear from me of the demoniac. Text 7. Those who are demoniac do not know what is to be done and what is not to be done. Neither cleanness or proper behavior nor truth is found in them. Text 8. They say that this world is unreal, with no foundation, no God in control. They say it is product of sex desire and has no cause other than lust. Text 9. Following such a conclusion, the demoniac who are lost to themselves and who have no intelligence engaged in unbeneficial, horrible works meant to destroy the world. Text 10. Taking shelter of insatiable lust and observed in a conceit of pride and false prestige, the demoniac, thus illusioned, are always shown to unclean work attained by the impairment. Hare Krishna.
Text 11 to 12. They believe that to gratify the senses is the prime necessity of human civilization. Thus, until the end of life, their anxiety is immeasurable. Bound by a network of hundreds of desires and absorbed in lust and anger, they secure money by illegal means for sense gratification. Text 13 to 15. The demoniac persons think, so much wealth do I have today, and I will gain more according to my schemes. So much is mine now, and it will increase in the future, more and more. He is my enemy, and I have killed him, and my other enemies will also be killed. I am the Lord of everything. I am the enjoyer. I am perfect, powerful, and happy. I am the richest man, surrounded by aristocratic relatives. There is none so powerful and as happy as I am. I shall perform sacrifices, I shall give some charity, and thus I shall rejoice. In this way, such persons are deluded by ignorance. Text 16. Thus perplexed by various anxieties and bound by a network of illusions, they become too strongly attached to sense enjoyment and fall down into hell. Text 17. Self-complacent and always imprudent, deluded by wealth and false prestige, they sometimes proudly perform sacrifices in name only, without following any rules or regulations. Text 18. Bewildered by false ego, strength, pride, lust, and anger, the demons become envious of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is situated in their own bodies and in the bodies of others, and blaspheme against the real religion. Text 19. Those who are envious and mischievous are the lowest among men, are perpetually cast into the ocean of material existence, into various demoniac species of life. Text 20. Attaining repeated birth amongst the species of demoniac life, O son of Kunti, such persons can never approach me. Gradually, they sink down to be the most abominable type of existence. Text 21. There are 3 gates leading to this hell: lust, anger, and greed. Every sane man should give these up, for they lead to the degradation of the soul. Text 22. The man who has escaped these 3 gates of hell, O son of Kunti, performs acts conducive to self-realization, and thus gradually attains the supreme destination. Text 23. He who discards scriptural injunctions and acts according to his own whims attains neither perfection nor happiness, nor the supreme destination. Text 24. One should therefore understand what is duty and what is not duty by the regulations of the scriptures. Knowing such rules and regulations, one should act so that he may gradually be elevated. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Thank you, Mataji. Beautiful chapter. So we can check where we fall. But at least we are reading Gita. At least trying to become divine. We know that there may be some qualities which are not conducive, but at least we know that we are trying to become good and divine. And last verse is the most important verse. Those who are divine, they try to follow the scriptures. They never disregard the scriptures. And by following scriptures, by understanding scriptures, they understand what is duty, what is not duty, and they act accordingly. And that's how they progress. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to 17th chapter. Radhamohan Prabhu? No response. Okay. Philip Ramlal Prabhu? Yeah. I wish this pandemic disappears and then, we can all sit face to face Okay, we can see Radhamohan Prabhu. 14 verses, if you can read from the 17th chapter, that would be great, Prabhu.
Okay, Prabhu. Chapter 17, Divisions of Faith, text 1. Arjuna inquired.
Okay, this is the problem. Okay, so you can read after Radhamohan Prabhu, you can read after Philip Prabhu.
No problem.
Yes,
Fine.
Philip Prabhu, carry on.
Okay, Prabhu. Text 1. Arjuna inquired, O Krishna, what is the situation of those who do not follow the principles of scripture but worship according to their own imagination? They are in goodness, in passion, or in ignorance. Text 2. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, according to the modes of nature acquired by the embodied soul, one's faith can be of three kinds: in goodness, in passion, or in ignorance. Now hear about this. Text 3. O son of Bharata, according to one's existence under the various modes of nature, one evolves a particular kind of faith. The living being is said to be of a particular faith according to the modes he acquires. Text 4. Men in the mode of goodness worship the demigods. Those in the mode of passion worship the demons, and those in the mode of ignorance worship ghosts and spirits. Text 5 to 6. Those who undergo severe austerities and penances do not recommended in the scriptures, performing them out of pride and egoism, who impelled by lust and attachment, who are foolish and who torture the material elements of the body as well as the super soul dwelling within, are to be known as demons. Text 7. Even the food each person prefers is of three kinds. According to the three modes of material nature, the same is true of sacrifices, austerities, and charity. Now, here of the distinctions between them. Text 8. Foods dear to those in the mode of goodness increase the duration of life, purifies one's existence, and gives strength, health, happiness, and satisfaction. Such foods are juicy, fatty, wholesome, and pleasing to the heart. Text 9. Foods that are too bitter, too sour, salty, hot, pungent, dry, and burning are dear to those in the mode of passion. Such food causes distress, misery, and disease. Text 10. Food prepared more than 3 hours before being eaten, food that is tasteless, decomposed, and putrid, and food consisting of remnants and untouchable things is dear to those in the mode of darkness. Text 11. Of sacrifices, the sacrifice performed according to the directions of the scripture as a matter of duty by those who desire no reward is of the nature of goodness. Text 12. But the sacrifice performed for some material benefit or for the sake of pride, O chief of the Bhartas, you should know to be in the mode of passion. Text 30. Any sacrifice performed without regard for the direction of scripture, without distribution of prasadam, spiritual food, without chanting of Vedic hymns and remunerations to the priests, and without faith, is considered to be in the mode of ignorance. Text 14. Austerities of the body consist in worship of the Supreme Lord. The Brahmanas, the spiritual masters, the superiors like the father and mother, and in cleanliness, simplicity, celibacy, and non-violence.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Text 15. Austerities of speech consist in speaking. Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Okay, thank you, Prabhu. So 14 verses, that's fine. And now we request Radhamohan Prabhu to read and complete the 17th chapter.
Okay. Starting from 15.
Yes, Prabhu.
Austerity of speech.
15.
Yes, Prabhu.
Austerity of speech consists in speaking words that are truthful, pleasing, beneficial, and not agitating to others, and also in regularly reciting Vedic literature. 16. And satisfaction, simplicity, gravity, self-control, and purification of one's existence are the austerities of the mind. 17. This threefold austerity performed with transcendental faith by men not expecting material benefits, but engaged only for the sake of the Supreme is called austerity in goodness. 18. Penance performed out of pride and for the sake of gaining respect, honor, and worship is said to be in the mode of passion. It is neither stable nor permanent. 19. Penance performed out of foolishness with a self-torture or to destroy or injure others is said to be in the mode of ignorance. 19. Charity given out of duty without expectation of return at the proper time and place and to a worthy person is considered to be the mode of goodness. 21. But the charity performed with the expectation of some return or with a desire for fruitive results or in a grudging mood is said to be charity in the mode of passion. 22. And charity performed at an impure place at an improper time to unworthy person or without proper attention and respect is said to be the mode of ignorance. 23. From the beginning of creation, the three words Om Tat Sat were used to indicate the supreme absolute truth. These three symbolic representations are used by Brahmanas while chanting the hymns of the Vedas and during sacrifices for the satisfaction of the Supreme. 24. Therefore, transcendentalists undertaking the performances of sacrifices, charity and penance, in accordance with the scriptural regulations, begin always with Om to attain the Supreme. 25. Without desiring fruitive results, one should perform various kinds of sacrifice, penance, and charity with the word Tat. The purpose of such transcendental activities is to get free from material entanglement. 26 and 7. The absolute truth is the objective of devotional sacrifice, and it is indicated by the word Sat. The performer of such sacrifice is also called Sat, as are all works of sacrifice, penance, and charity, which true to the absolute nature are performed to please the Supreme Person, O son of Pritha. 28. Anything done as a sacrifice, charity, or penance without faith in the Supreme, O son of Pritha, is impermanent. It is called asat and is useless both in this life and the next.
Thank you, Ramu. You want to say anything, one or two quick words about this chapter?
Just a couple of lines, Prabhuji, that the classification of charity and food, and various other parts of our day-to-day activities. So it is very nicely described in that, they are all classified into different activities, different modes: goodness, passion, and ignorance. And as sadhaka devotee, we should always try to be engaged in the mode of goodness. As long as we are in the mode of goodness, we have a chance to achieve the mode of transcendental plane. So that is only possible then when we are engaged in the mode of goodness. So this chapter very nicely explains how to remain always in a mode of goodness. Be it our charity, be it our eating habits, be it our day-to-day activities. All our activities should be in the mode of goodness. Thank you, Prabhu.
Thank you very much, Prabhu. Especially by reading the chapter, we can understand about the food, what kind of food people are eating in this day and age, whether it is in the passion or in the ignorance. Very rarely eat foods in mode of goodness. Wonderful chapter. I really like it. Thank you very much, Prabhu. Nicely you explained. So, last chapter, summary of the entire Bhagavad Gita in 78 verses. So I need 4 volunteers. And our Ram Prabhu has raised his hand. Of course, Shailesh Prabhu also raised his hand. Shankar Prabhu raised his hand. Meena Makshati. Okay. So I'll pick. So we got 4 hands raised here. I'll pick them. So there, Ram Prabhu, Shankar Prabhu, Meenakshi Mataji, and then Madhavi Mataji. Okay, Ram Prabhu, you can read 18 verses. 18 verses.
Yes, Prabhuji. Prabhuji, can you hear me?
Yes, Prabhu.
Text 1. Arjuna said, O mighty armed one, I wish to understand the purpose of renunciation, tyaga, and of the renounced order of life, sannyasa. O killer of the Keshi demon, master of the senses. Text 2. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the giving up of activities that are based on material desire is what great learned men call the renounced order of life, sannyasa. And giving up the results of all activities is what the wise called renunciation, tyaga. Text 3, some learned men declare that all kinds of fruitive activities should be given up as faulty. Yet another sages maintain that acts of sacrifice, charity and penance should never be abandoned. Text 4. O best of Bharatas, now hear my judgment about renunciation. O tiger among men, renunciation is declared in the scriptures to be of three kinds. Text 5. Acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance are not to be given up. They must be performed. Indeed, sacrifice, charity, and penance purify even the great souls. Text 6. All these activities should be performed without attachment or any expectation of result. They should be performed as a matter of duty. O son of Pritha, that's my final opinion. Text 7. Prescribed duties should never be renounced. If one gives up his prescribed duties because of illusion, such renunciation is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Text 8. Anyone who gives up prescribed duties as troublesome or out of fear of bodily discomfort is said to have renounced in the mode of passion. Such action never leads to elevation of renunciation. Text 9. O Arjuna, one who performs his prescribed duty only because it ought to be done and renounces all material association and all attachment to the fruit, his renunciation is said to be in the mode of goodness. Text 10. The intelligent renouncer, situated in the modes of goodness, neither hateful of inauspicious work nor attached to auspicious work, has no doubts about work. Text 11. It is indeed impossible for an embodied being to give up all activities. But he who renounces the fruits of action is called one who has truly renounced. Text 12. For one who is not renounced, the threefold fruits of action, desirable, undesirable, and mixed, occur after death. But those who are in the renounced order of life have no such result to suffer or enjoy. Text 13. O mighty armed Arjuna, according to the Vedanta, there are 5 causes for the accomplishment of all actions. Now learn of these from me. Text 14. The place of action, the body, the performer, the various senses, the many different kinds of endeavor, and ultimately the super soul. These are the 5 factors of action. Text 15. Whatever right or wrong action a man performs by body, mind, or speech is caused by these 5 factors. Text 16. Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer, not considering the five factors, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are. Text 17. One who is not motivated by false ego, whose intelligence is not entangled, though he kills men in this world, does not kill, nor is he bound by his actions. Text 18. Knowledge, the object of the knowledge, and the knower of the three factors that motivate action, the senses, the work, and the doer, are the three constituents of action.
Thank you. Thank you.
Haribol, Prabhuji.
So now I think I'll just change my mind. I will include more devotees. Next, can I request Shankar Prabhu to read 10 verses? After Shankar Prabhu, can I ask Jil Mataji to read, followed by Madhavi Mataji, then Meenakshi Mataji, then Shailesh Prabhu. So 10 verses, Prabhu, beginning from text 19.
Text 19. According to the three different modes of material nature, there are three kinds of knowledge: action and performer of action. Now hear of them from me. Text 20. That knowledge by which one undivided spiritual nature is seen in all living entities, though they are divided into innumerable forms, you should understand to be in the mode of goodness. Text 21. That knowledge by which one sees that in every different body there is a different type of living entity, you should understand to be in the mode of passion. Text 22. And that knowledge by which one is attached to one kind of work as the all in all, without knowledge of the truth, and which is very meager, is said to be in the mode of darkness. Text 23. That action which is regulated and which is performed without attachment, without love or hatred, and without desire for fruitive results, is said to be in the mode of goodness. Text 24. But action performed with great effort by one seeking to gratify his desires and enacted from a sense of false ego is called action in the mode of passion. Text 25. That action performed in illusion, in disregard of scriptural injunctions, and without concern for future bondage or for violence or distress caused to others is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Text 26. One who performs his duty without association with the modes of material nature, without false ego, with great determination and enthusiasm, and without wavering in success or failure, is said to be a worker in the mode of goodness. Text 27. The worker who is attached to work and the fruits of work, desiring to enjoy those fruits, and who is greedy, always envious, impure, and moved by joy and sorrow, is said to be in the mode of passion. Text 28. The worker who is always engaged in work against the injunction of the scripture, who is materialistic, obstinate, cheating, and expert in insulting others, and who is lazy, always morose, and procrastinating, is said to be a worker in the mode of ignorance. Hare Krishna.
Next, Jill Mataji to read the
Hare-
next, yeah,
Okay.
next 10 text, please.
Okay. O winner of wealth, now please listen as I tell you in detail of the different kinds of understanding and determination according to the three modes of material nature. O son of Pritha, that understanding by which one knows that ouch to be done and what ouch not to be done, that what is to be feared and what is not to be feared, what is the binding and what is liberating, is in the mode of goodness. O son of Pritha, that understanding which cannot distinguish between religion and irreligion, between action that should be done and action that should not be done, is in the mode of passion. Text 32. What understanding which considers irreligion to be religion and religion to be irreligion under the spell of illusion and darkness, and strives always in the wrong direction, O Pritha, is in the mode of ignorance. O son of Pritha, that determination which is unbreakable, which is sustained with steadfastness,
by yoga practice and which thus controls the activities of the mind, life, and senses in determination in the mode of goodness. Text 34. But that determination by which one holds fast to fructive result in religion, economic development, and sense gratification is of the nature of passion. O Arjuna. Text 35. And that determination which cannot be beyond dreaming, fearfulness, lamentation, moroseness, and illusion. Such unintelligent determination, O son of Pritha, is in the mode of darkness. Text 36. O best of Bharatas, now please hear from me about the three kinds of happiness by which the conditioned soul enjoys and by which he sometimes comes to the end of all distress. Text 37. That which is in the beginning way, the that which is in the beginning way be just like poison, but at the end is just like nectar, and which awakens one to self-realization is said to be happiness in the modes of goodness. Text 38. That happiness which is derived from contract of the senses, which with their object, and which appears like nectar at first but poison at the end, is said to be of the nature of passion.
Thank you,
Hare
Mother.
Krishna.
So I can see all those who has raised hand. Everybody will be given a chance. Don't worry. Next, I request Meenakshi Mataji to read 10 more verses beginning from 39.
Hare Krishna. And that happiness which is blind to self-realization, which is delusion from beginning to end, and which arises from sleep, laziness, and illusion, is said to be of the nature of ignorance. Text 40. There is no being existing either here or among the demigods in the higher planetary systems which is freed from these three modes born of material nature. Text 41. By worshipping of the Lord, who is the source of all beings and who is all pervading.
You miss a text, sorry.
Prabhuji, sorry, I'm reading from my book. Okay, sorry. Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras are distinguished by the qualities born of their own nature in accordance with the material modes, O chastiser of the enemy. Text 42. Peacefulness, self-control, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, knowledge, wisdom, and religiousness. These are the natural qualities by which the Brahmanas work. Text 43. Heroism, power, determination, resourcefulness, courage in battle, generosity, and leadership are the natural qualities of work for the Kshatriyas. Text 44. Farming, cow protection, and business are the natural work for the Vaishyas, and for the Sudras there are labor and service to others. Text 45. By following his qualities of work, every man can become perfect. Now, please hear from me how this can be done. Text 46. By worship of the Lord, who is the source of all beings and who is all-pervading, a man can attain perfection through performing his own work. Text 47. It is better to engage in one's own occupation, even though one may perform it imperfectly, than to accept another's occupation and perform it perfectly. Duties prescribed according to one's nature are never affected by sinful reactions. Text 48. Every endeavor is covered by some fault, just as fire is covered by smoke. Therefore, one should not give up the work born of his nature, O son of Kunti, even if such work is full of fault.
Thank you very much, Mataji.
Hare Krishna.
The next, Madhavi Mataji, you want to read next 10 verses?
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji.
Yes,
One who is self-controlled and unattached and who disregards all material enjoyments can obtain by practice of renunciation the highest perfect stage of freedom from reaction. 1850. O son of Kunti, learn from me how one who has achieved this perfection can attain to the supreme perfectional stage, Brahman, the stage of highest knowledge, by acting in the way I shall now summarize. 51 to 53. Being purified by his intelligence and controlling the mind with determination, giving up the objects of sense gratification, being freed from attachment and hatred, one who lives in a secluded place, who eats little, who controls his body, mind, and power of speech, who is always in trance and who is detached, free from false ego, false strength, false pride, lust, anger, and acceptance of material things, free from false proprietorship, and peaceful, such a person is certainly elevated to the position of self realization. 1854. One who is thus transcendentally situated at once realizes the Supreme Brahman and becomes fully joyful. He never laments or desires to have anything. He is equally disposed toward every living entity. In that state, he attains pure devotional service unto me. 1855. One can understand me as I am as the Supreme Personality of Godhead only by devotional service. And when one is in full consciousness of me, by such devotion he can enter into the kingdom of God. 1856. Though engaged in all kinds of activities, my pure devotee under my protection reaches the eternal and imperishable abode by my grace. 1857. In all activities, just depend upon me and work always under my protection in such devotional service by fully conscious of me. 1858. If you become conscious of me, you will pass over all the obstacles of conditioned life by my grace. If, however, you do not work in such consciousness but act through false ego, not hearing me, you will be the lost.
Okay, Mataji, thank you. So now I will just ask devotees to read 5:5 because I wanted to, give chance to more devotees. Shailesh Prabhu, 5 verses, please. 63 till 63, beginning from 59.
Hare Krishna.
After Shailesh Prabhu, maybe Philip Ramlal Prabhu can read. After Philip Ramlal, Bharti Mataji.
Yeah, Hare Krishna. If you do not act according to my direction and do not fight, then you will be falsely directed. By your nature, you will have to be engaged in warfare. Under illusion, you are now declining to act according to my direction. But compelled by the work born of your own nature, you will act all the same, O son of Kunti. The Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, O Arjuna, and is directing the wandering of all living entities who are seated as on a machine made of the material energy. O scion of Bharata, surrendered unto him utterly. By his grace, you will attain transcendental peace and the supreme and eternal abode. Thus, I have explained to you knowledge still more confidential. Deliberate on this fully, and then do what you wish to do.
Thank you, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Philip Ramlal Prabhu, 5 verses from 64. Okay. Maybe okay, Philip Prabhu.
Prabhu, yeah. Text 64. Because you are my very dear friend, I am speaking to you my supreme instruction, the most confidential knowledge of all. Hear this from me, for this is for your benefit. Text 65. Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me, and offer your homage unto me. Thus you will come to me without fail. I promise you this because you are my very dear friend. Text 66. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. Text 67. This confidential knowledge may never be explained to those who are not austere or devoted or engaged in devotional service, nor to one who is envious of me. Text 68. For one who explains this supreme secret to the devotees, the pure devotional service is guaranteed, and at the time and at the end he will come back to me. There is no servant in this world dear to me.
Then, Hare Krishna, last him. Okay. Bhunesh Radha Mataji.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji. From 66 is it I'm going to say, no?
No? 69 onwards, just 5 verses, please.
69.
Yeah.
There is no servant in this world more dear to me than he, nor will there ever be one more dear. And I declare that he who studies this sacred conversation of ours worships me by his intelligence. And one who listens with faith and without envy becomes free from sinful reactions and attains to the auspicious planets where the pious dwell. O son of Pritha, O conqueror of wealth, have you heard this with an attentive mind? And are your ignorance and illusions now dispelled? Arjun said. Prabhu, can you move it up a bit?
Yes. So 72, 73, you can read up to 73. That's it.
Okay.
Arjun said.
And I declare, O son of Pritha, O conqueror of wealth, have you heard this with an attentive mind? And are your ignorance and illusions now dispelled? Arjun said, my dear Krishna, O infallible one, my illusion is now gone. I have regained my memory by your mercy. I am now firm and free from doubt and am prepared to act according to your instructions.
Thank you very much, Mataji.
Thank you.
Govinda Prabhu, you can read the next few verses.
Sanjaya said, thus have I heard the conversation of two great souls, Krishna and Arjuna. And so wonderful is that message that my hair is standing on end. By the mercy of Vyasa, I have heard these most confidential talks directly from the master of all mysticism, Krishna, who was speaking personally to Arjuna. O king, as I repeatedly recall these wondrous and holy dialogues between Krishna and Arjuna, I take pleasure being thrilled at every moment. O king, as I remember the wonderful form of Lord Krishna, I am struck with wonder more and more, and I rejoice again and again. Wherever there is Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, the supreme archer, there will also certainly be opulences, victory, extraordinary power, and morality. That's my opinion.
Thank you for your opinion, Prabhu. Rajkumar Govinda Prabhu, thank you very much. You got a very nice opinion. So thank you, everyone. So very, nice that you all nicely participated. I know that I can see a big difference when we sat face to face. That mood was much better. Because we all could in one room and we know what everyone else is doing. Now with this virtual, only Krishna knows what everyone else is doing. So that some of you have open cameras and definitely this is good. But definitely the mood was much better. but what can be done? And so this is again the gift of Srila Prabhupada for all of us. Just sitting and reading together these translations. It was given in Sanskrit, and Prabhupada nicely translated into a simple English text. And sometimes, in our family, we discuss, if I open my own mother tongue book and with all those heavy words, sometimes we don't understand that fully, even in my mother tongue. They are quite, most of the words come from Sanskrit and they are heavy, like, we don't understand. But because of Srila Prabhupada, we got full access. Now internet, just, everybody can go on internet, access to it, have access to it. In olden days, only the high class Brahmins, priests, who are expert in Sanskrit, they were able to quote something from the scriptures. Now, if you want Bhagavatam shloka, you go to Vedabase. Everyone, all over the world, they've got access to these texts by the grace of Srila Prabhupada. And we are, again, eternally indebted to him for giving us this wonderful opportunity and for, diverting our attraction towards Krishna. There are a number of beautiful verses from this chapter. And Sanjay was telling that his heirs were standing on end. I'm not sure how many of our heirs were standing on end. Sanjay, he narrated this entire conversation to his master Dhritarashtra. And he's telling that I'm like, samsmrutya, I'm remembering it. I'm remembering and recalling it. So that's why we are advised by our divine grace, Srila Prabhupada, that we read, we engage, we discuss these pastimes of Krishna, topics related to Krishna. With the more we discuss, the more we read, then the more we think of them. So Sanjay, you can see that he was really enjoying. There are few verses he repeats the same thing. I'm enjoying again and again, like that. It is a very sacred conversation, and so it is really enjoyable. Arjuna completely surrenders to Krishna and says that, my Lord, whatever you say, I would do. This is the transformation. From the beginning, he said he didn't want to fight. Now he completely transformed and completely surrendered to Krishna, and he's willing to do what Krishna says him to do so. So when we read Gita, when we read Bhagavatam, we should have the same conviction that we should take responsibility and we should serve our spiritual masters. Whatever our spiritual masters have ordered us to do so, we should do that. So that is the transformation. So read Gita, live Gita, give Gita. So first we read, then we live what is in there, not easy, and then giving, sharing it with others. Krishna also says that how great, how wonderful. Krishna really likes those people who share this Gita with others. Krishna says that servant who shares this Gita with others is extremely dear to me. And Srila Prabhupada shared this Gita to whole world. So just imagine how much dear Srila Prabhupada is to Krishna. So very beautiful verses are there. I just ask Radhamohan Prabhu if he wants to say anything, Govinda Prabhu or any others, please say before we conclude this session.
Just a couple of words, Prabhuji, for appreciation that, we are very fortunate that we get this opportunity every year to come together and read Bhagavad Gita end to end. Actually, there is no end to Bhagavad Gita, but we call it end to end. So we say start to end, and then we get this chance to, recite the same words which came out from Bhagavad Gita, from the mouth of Krishna. It was in the form of Bhagavad Gita. They are reciting the same words. Earlier, before coming to ISKCON, I never had this. Actually, I never even had a book called Bhagavad Gita in our house. Now we have book Bhagavad Gita, And now, with the mercy of all the devotees coming together and all the various programs, we got the opportunity, at least once a year, we are coming together and reading Bhagavad Gita start to end. It's not an ordinary, offer that we have, it is a great benediction that we are doing this. So every year, when I read or hear Bhagavad Gita from the devotees, my first ever Bhagavad Gita recitation started. I thought it is such a long time, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, my attention span was very, very minimal. But as every year after hearing this, I don't feel that much bored. It feels like, because now we are more familiar with the chapters and shlokas and verses and how it is coming up. So it feels very nice, very sweet. Krishna again says in the, that one of the shloka that Shreya and Preya, that which is very difficult in the beginning, but becomes very sweet at the end in the mode of goodness. But that which is very sweet in the beginning but bitter at the end, that is in mode of ignorance. So Bhagavad Gita, I'm feeling the same thing. Earlier I was feeling, it is such a long Bhagavad Gita, 4 hours, 5 hours we have to sit down. But now, those 5 hours, 6 hours are very, very sweet, very tasty. So I'm testing the same medicine which is given by Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. And thank you all the devotees for coming together on Friday and again today for this Gita Jayanti. My obeisances to all of you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Raman Prabhu, for the words of appreciation. And Govinda Prabhu, anything?
Yeah, it just adding to what you said, we are so fortunate that these texts are available. I mean, they've been available for 5,000 years, but unfortunately, been available in Sanskrit. But by the grace of Srila Prabhupada, they're all been translated to English. And now this knowledge is not need to be realized and applied in our daily life. And that's what it meant. I mean, Bhagavad Gita is meant to change the hearts, really. And changes the hearts, it manifests in change of behavior and our behavior towards other living entities and moving and non-moving. Prabhupada mentioned in few places towards moving and non-moving. Non-moving even involves, everything that it's not even, got life in it in the way we know it. So, as I said, we are so indebted to Srila Prabhupada, and what it makes him so happy that we live it, and when we lived it and we are ready to give it to others, that makes Prabhupada even so more happier. Thank you very much, Prabhupada, for organizing such a good event.
Thank you everyone for taking part. I can see right from the beginning a number of devotees have stayed back. Really appreciate. But any other devotees, anything they want to say or comment, any feeling, any thoughts, any questions, any suggestions? Okay, looks like everyone is fully satisfied. They need a little break after 5 hours of reading Gita starting from 1 o'clock. So Hare Krishna, appreciate everyone for taking part nicely. So ISKCON Manchester will organize a program on 31st evening. We will let you know the time. So this year, due to this current situation, we are unable to open the temple, neither open the temple nor go to the city center. The situation is changing every day. Currently, there is a new variant and there is so many other rules coming up. So in this current condition, we'll just have a program, a virtual program in the evening, and we'll go until midnight. But the details of the program will be shared shortly in the next couple of days. We'll see you there. But thank you once again very much for staying with us and for taking part in this wonderful occasion. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Maharaj Bhagavad Gita ki jai. Jai Gaura Premanandi. Hari Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhuji.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Namaha.
चलो हरे कृष्णा
ये जीलस है